Hi, friends. It's Jose Alec. Would you like to live at the NESE Action Apartments with me? Would it be a fun place to live? Somebody texted me a picture earlier of the NISI Apartments, which is like a special home for knowers. They each get an action type to assist them once a week to do things. Hi, Octavia Silva. How are you? You live in the FITI apartments. Boy, I think NISI apartment people would get along pretty well. I think any SE apartment people would probably get along okay. I think your TEFE apartment people would even get along fine. Your FITI apartment people, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. You're sleepy? I'm a little sleepy too. I almost titled this stream, "What time is your bedtime?" But then I went with this other title instead, with the last second. In a flurry of abrupt whim, I decided to go with the other title. My and DI are mortal enemies. Well, I'd like us to try to make us just regular enemies on our way towards friends. If we have to be enemies, do they have to be mortal enemies? Can't we just be regular enemies right now and work towards common ground? Sure. I mean, I believe I believe 9/11 was an inside job. I think Building 7 is a indisputable smoking gun. But what other there have been plenty of examples of the conspiratorial parts of government, namely the branch of government or the part of government that is intended to conspire, like the CIA, for example. Not a big shock that they engage in conspiracies to me. But it's the ones that I'm an excellent grader of conspiracy theories. So and I'm open without being too open. So I tell you what's something kind of shocking to me is somebody actually made me. Oh, you're touring the model apartment on the NISI website. That's good. As an INTJ, Winston's mom, that was intended to be a helpful post for you, but I know you probably aren't looking to move to San Diego, so it is intended to be useful for all of your knowing types there. Wouldn't TEs prevent INTJs from believing in conspiracy theories? No, because TE is fundamentally a heuristic function that doesn't know when its heuristics don't apply. How can we prove that you're not INTJ? I don't know how we can prove that, Octavia. It's actually it said I think $1,100 to $1,400 a month. The picture that was sent to me on my phone by some anonymous person who I don't know. I just got the picture on my phone. It actually. Oops. Cover this up here. It shows the whole listing. And it says how much it is. It's $1,255, but it is $1,255 a month, and it's zero bedrooms, one bath. Oh, it's a studio. That's for a studio. Is so that's pretty pricey studio. I think what would better explain your general lack of SE, Octavia Silva, is my failure to understand SE correctly. It's a continual problem I have is ISFPs, and their tendency to at least self-identify as procrastinators, lack of follow-through people. Whether they actually are in general or not is hard for me to say, but they do tend to self-identify as such. Is extroverted intuition aware of what other people want? No. Extroverted feeling is aware of how things are going to be perceived by other people. Introverted feeling is probably, to be honest, most aware of what other people want. In the sense that introverted feeling is you putting yourself in the other person's shoes. So, like, somebody came around this morning and said they were sad or something in a way that actually made me feel introverted feeling. Like, I kind of put myself in their shoes for a minute and said, like, if I were feeling sad and I reached out, how would I want to be dealt with, you know? That's a very FI thing to do. Usually when I do that kind of stuff, it's for FE reasons. Like, how am I supposed to respond to this mushy shit again? This morning was actually for, I think, FI reasons. I actually sort of put myself in his shoes for a moment and tried to think about, like, how can I make this guy's day better? Because I've been where he is, I think. And, you know, it's like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about it. Maybe I've got the FI thing wrong. I don't really understand FI very well, but I think I can identify instances of it pretty well. I think it's growth, really, Octavia Silva. When you really feel secure in life, like on all levels, secure as a person, secure as a sexual being, secure as an artist, secure as a thinker, secure as a relationship person, secure as a meow, then it frees you up to have a good relationship with your 7 slot function. So you mean like getting teary-eyed? That I think was a different kind of FI, I guess, than what I did this morning, which I see is rarer. Like, me getting emotional at somebody else's nobility is just sort of par for the course. I don't know if that's FI or not, but this, like, distinction between actually caring about the person and, you know, I guess worrying about them or something, wanting to do harm prevention, wanting to protect in some way, is not my normal response to mushiness. In the chat, for example, like, typically if somebody says something like, well, I really feel bad. Well, no, if they were to say that, if they express feeling bad because of something, that'll usually push me into FI mode right away, because I realize, oh, I guess I hurt someone's feelings. But if they're revealing their feelings are hurt, but not saying it in those words, I'm likely to be like, well, you can shove your fucking feelings up your stupid fucking feeling ass, you know? I'm likely to say shit like that. So, FI is it's a mysterious soup, Octavia Silva. A very, very mysterious soup. I'm not sure what that meat is. It could be camel. I'm not used to eating it. It doesn't taste quite like beef, but, and then there's those weird orange things floating around that aren't carrots. How does SE polar come off for INXPs? Well, it comes off as never wanting to think that that the consideration time is done and the execution follow through side is time for that now. No, they never do that. They never go, it's time for that part now. I'm done ideating, because after they've ideated out meow, 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 they go, okay, there. Then they look at this package and it just frames up, especially INTPs. And so they go, okay, now let me do all the meowing for all these frames. And then you have a second level of package, which then, of course, just frames up again. So INTPs are indefinitely preparing to explain everything eventually, someday, when they're 96. Whereas I see ham bonus here. I'm happy ham bonus here. Sure, he's got a name that YouTube doesn't like in a title of a video. It's true. I tried to include his name in a title of a video a couple of times, and they got ripped down from YouTube right away, like without really any explanation. And when we tried it a third time without his name in it, it didn't have a problem with it. So I think YouTube really doesn't want you to put the word bone in a title. If I taste like salt water, oh, you mean salty moisture? Oh, you mean saline? The canals of salty moisture that comprise the saline of your heart. I've been studying like crazy lately, and my ignoring my FI for 2 weeks caught up with me today. I had a weird little fit of depression all night. Decided that's all the FI time I get until my test. Well, and you know what's funny, Octavio Silva, is I saw your comment. Can you live stream soon? And it made me think, I wonder if Octavio Silva is feeling sad or something like that. That's a little bit of FI too. Like, and I thought I sat there, I liked it and hearted it and thought, should I indicate, like, should I be responsive to it at all? Because I didn't know at the time what I was going to do. You know, I wasn't sure whether I was going to lecture or not. I was planning on watching the SC basketball game, which I was doing. And then at halftime, USC was up over Stanford like 36-17 or something. So I kind of figured like we got that game in the bag. Here at the NESE Apartments, we like to party all night and talk a lot, make a lot of jokes, you know, play the guitar. Half of us are screwing the ladies. The other half are chit-chatting, getting into arguments with one another about philosophical matters primarily. You might say the half that's boning chicks sounds like they're doing a better job of being action types than the other half. You might be right there. But regardless, this is the left half of my face. And this is the right half of my face. I saw a Japanese billionaire is interviewing crew members for a space trip. Want to apply? I do. I want to apply. I'll say, okay, reason number one to choose me. I'm the world's only otaku not born in Japan. All the other people who would claim thus are not born in Japan to Japanese parents or to Japanese parents. All the others who would claim so would be weebs, but I am actually an otaku. So I'm the only human on Earth who's yet been able to do that, to be not of Japanese parents and ancestry, and yet not a weeb, but an otaku. So that right there, in and of itself, should show the strength of my resolve and that I have something precious to protect, which both are very important things in Japanese culture. Also, that I'm counting on them and they're counting on me. And so we have to do it now because we're being counted on by people. No, I'm very open to any conspiracy. I like conspiracy theories. I want them to be correct. The thing is, I'm not willing to be wrong in order for me to believe they're correct. So I only afford legitimacy to those that I can sustain. You might say, well, that suggests, Eric, that there are others that you can't sustain because they're conspiracies. After all, they're willfully hiding themselves. That's true. But that doesn't change the reality that I'd rather be correct than predictively correct. I'd rather be actually correct than predictively correct. And especially when rather than present my predictive correctnesses as correctnesses in the status quo. In other words, I understand that the job of the any half of the action apartment building is to make sure that we go one step at a time, that we don't do what the ESPs want to do, which is jump right ahead to, well, look, Eric, you're already on board with the fact that conspiracies can happen and that there are nefarious elements behind these in some fashion that represent a cabal of some kind. Well, yes, under very limited conditions. So the thing is, just because I can agree that the mechanism itself is not inherently flawed, the idea that people conspire to do bad things in secret, there's nothing inherently flawed with that idea, and that that people who believe in conspiracy theories, a lot of them, are going to get a couple correct that I currently say I don't buy it. And I'm not going to get any wrong, though. And they're going to get a shit ton wrong, too. So, in other words, I'm not going to have any false positives, but I may have some false negatives. And that's the proper way to think. Because whenever you're making arguments, you're not just arguing within the frame, you're defining the frame, whether you want to or not, especially when you don't want to, and especially when you don't address it directly, especially when you don't want to, and especially when you don't address it directly. So it's like, if Legends Fall is absolutely correct about the Trump election being a conspiracy, then he should listen to me about why he shouldn't argue in favor of that. Because the best way to get to where he wants, if he's right, is my approach, not his. I mean, that is such a if I was going to go on a 4-year space journey, and had to sustain life for 4 years plus a return trip, I'd just throw a bunch of stuff on a spaceship and figure it out on the way. That's SD Hero. It's 4 years? I don't want to go anymore then. Fuck that. For like a week, fine. No, I will not deport Elon Musk. I will publicly make fun of him as president. I will tease him for being a dumb man. No, absolutely does not limit potential realizations. Believe me, I've entertained all the possibilities you've embraced. I've even allowed for the fact that some of the possibilities you've embraced will turn out to be worth embracing. But I am nevertheless correct about which of the potential realizations you've embraced ought to be argumentationally asserted, right? So that's where you guys aren't getting what I'm saying. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying you're hurting your own cause every time you go to battle before you're ready. You're trying to fight the tanks before you dealt with the air superiority of the enemy. So every time you send your guys out, they just get bombed by the planes. I'm saying this is a dumb way to work. Good night, Octavio. I hope you feel better, and I wish you all the best. I want you, when you're lying down to go to sleep tonight, you just go, well, host Eric loves me. So that's good, I guess. I don't know. Does that cheer you up? 4 years I can't do. I can't do that with you, Legends Fall. I think after 4 years of you and me in a spaceship together, we definitely, I'd be a bloody mess, and you'd be feeling pretty guilty. You know, we'd come back from spaceships, like, just put the cuffs on me. I killed him. Well, he was, he seemed fun when you just listen to him live stream occasionally. Try spending 4 years in a tin can with that fucker. I mean, for Christ's sakes, I spent 2.5 years just listening to him discuss various possible ways that we could interpret the meaning of being in this fucking spaceship together. Finally, I had enough. I just beat him over the head with a hammer until he was dead. That's Legend Falls press conference after he and my corpse returned from our 2-man trip 4-year voyage in space. No, it's tiny, dude. It's tiny. It's like within 36 hours, we're both like, this was a terrible fucking idea. I believe, now I don't know this for sure, but I believe with my heart that if I were to go to space, it would make me carsick. I don't know, just a suspicion. I think that probably space travel is even a worse form of car sickness than car travel. Riding in the backseat on a this was a terrible idea. It's something I've said on occasion, as in hundreds of times, maybe thousands. That's SE Hero. After jumping off of the thing, you go, should I have jumped off of this? Let me employ that tool function right now and see if that makes sense. Well, they'd be host legends or Eric's Fall. What would we name? We name our 2 children Host Legends and Eric's Fall with a Z. One would be a girl and one would be a boy. Host Legends would be a girl. Eric's Fall would be a boy. And we'd set up a little corner of the spaceship and decorate it like an old one-room schoolhouse. And then we take turns dressing up as a lady teacher, pretending that the children had an actual teacher. Well, leaf trimmer, look, the reality is I'm not getting any younger, and my eggs are just about all dried up. This is my last chance for Miracle Baby. I figure if I can't get pregnant after 4 years in this tiny spaceship with an ESTP, I'll never get pregnant. Living in space for 4 years would cause your bones to lose a lot of density, basically osteoporosis. You will come back weak and frail as fuck. Well, that's going to be the least of our problems, Kiwi. Because Legends Fall is going to be a single father and a murderer who's killed his now estranged wife, Host Eric. And who's going to raise those children? Who's going to raise Host Legends? And who's going to raise Eric Falls? I'm not going to last 4 years because the ESP is going to kill me about 2.5 years in. And that's going to be just them exercising an extraordinary amount of restraint. Hi, Shad. How are you? This is my friend Shad. He's an IRL person that I know. That means in real life. The rest of you are in fake life. But he's in real life. what I should really say is, hi, Shad. He's somebody who predates the YouTube channel. Because I could say I know Hambone in real life too. I've visited him and hung out with him, you know. So maybe maybe IRL is the wrong way to put it. Can I read your comment at what time? Let me see. 8:57. But instead of focusing speaking with that awareness of the argumentational frame, I'm trying to speak directly to you aside from that argumentational frame. Well, I mean, the thing is, I actually believe what I'm saying, that it's better to be correct and have no false positives than it is to have false negatives. So, like, I'm trying to speak directly to you too. I'm saying, I'm serious. It really is not a good idea to argue things you can't sustain because it works against whatever it is you're arguing. So it's like, I'm serious too. My meta-analyst nature is actually my nature. I'm not like trying to hide behind it or something. I genuinely believe that. I think that if it weren't for our 8th slot, we'd all be bloody messes. I agree with you there. As an ENTP, how do you get in touch with your NI and SE? As an unfortunate victim of blending, I had to get quite comfortable with NE and SI. I have no problem getting in touch with my NI. SE is a touchy spot for me in general. In other words, I spend a lot of energy. Hi, Teresa. How are you? Teresa is also an IRL person. She's Shad's longtime wife and the mother of his children. Shad and Teresa have what now? 14 children? Is it? You guys have 14 children. Because last time I talked to you, I think you only had 2, and now you've got 14. That's remarkable. How do I get in touch with my NI? Is easy. All I have to do to get in touch with my NI is watch or listen to any good media. And we can just wallow in the NI, you know? But I tend not to think of doing so. One of the great advantages of being with an INFJ girlfriend is that she's made me much more active as a receiving type. In other words, I'm much more active about finding good things to receive than I used to be, when I used to be much more default about just make something else yourself. You know, I went through a long stretch of time where I really didn't watch any media or listen to anything, or I was in make mode. And so I just didn't really seek media experiences as a receiver. But since I've been with Rachel, I've spent, and also coincided with COVID, right? So I've spent shit tons of time watching movies, watching anime, and really getting into listening to music, looking for new music that I like. And that's how I get in touch with my NI. My SE is much trickier because it's like what I try to avoid at all times is this. You said meow and you didn't follow through on it, Eric. So avoiding SE critique means being very skittish about making any kind of firm commitment about what I'm going to do, which undermines my capacity to do anything significant, because significant things aren't just done, haphazardly as according to your whim, your extrovert intuition whim. They're done through to completion, Your dad and your sister's XSTPs, little to no intuition. And your mom is an ESTP with terrible intuition. Scott Steiner, I want to stress something. ESTPs actually have pretty good extroverted intuition. It's just their introverted intuition that you're going to run afoul of because it's in the fourth slot. SE DOMs use knowing the truth as a means rather than an end. And so, as a consequence, for somebody like me who thinks that the truth is the end in and of itself, correctness and the truth are the ends, the idea that you'd use the truth to try to accomplish something without it being partially defensible is, to me, a poor way to employ your introverted intuition. Yeah, limerence. I was totally in a state of limerence. So SE fifth is basically thinking to yourself, SE is very important. I'd like to do something cool soon. While I lie down in bed watching 6 hours of YouTube videos. Well, I think it's important to remember that SI1 is SE5 and SE5 is SI1. So let's look at a comparison between Taylor, my at this point, fairly long time ESTP friend, who I've visited on a few occasions and hung out with, and partied with and stuff. Which is, if you want someone to party with, you can't go wrong with an ESTP. Anyway, so. So yeah, fourth slot, we all use it poorly. We all have it as a means and not an end in itself, and yet we don't incorporate it enough to have it be an effective tool for us. So it tends to be a problem area. My SI is a problem area. It's a problem area I am actively, willfully trying to conquer right now by being very attentive to the amount of Adderall I take and when I take it, and trying to get enough sleep, and being very mom scoldy to myself about eating and drinking liquids and stuff. Just generally trying to take care of myself because my effectiveness at any given moment links very strongly to my well-being. So when you rely on your fourth slot to accomplish something, it'll tend to end up in disaster. Like, for example, if I, in my presidential campaign, at some point get an opportunity to have like a 8-city tour in which I do 2 rallies a day, and have to travel, a plane flight this way, plane flight that way, that might be a great idea. Well, we're going to push hard here and we're going to get a big boost. It'll work for the first 4 days, and then the 5th day I'll be starting to get pissy, and day 6 or something I'll end up destroying all the things that I've made progress with theretofore by pushing too hard on my SI, by expecting it to do its job when I need it to, without me having to actually pay attention to it, even though it's a conscious function. So whenever you're relying on your fourth slot function to accomplish something too much, it's a recipe for disaster. If instead you are scolding yourself to remember to include enough of that, then that's appropriate. But if you push on it too hard, it'll blow up. Well, so I mean, that's basically what I'm telling you though too, Legends Paul, is you may be very good at knowing the incoming information, but you're trying to use that in a way that it shouldn't be used. In other words, you're trying to take action with it that's extroverted intuition action, basically. And because you're a TI tool person, that means prioritizing your fourth over your second when they conflict. And that's a recipe for disaster, in my opinion. In my opinion, maybe that's too strong of an expression, actually. It's not a recipe for disaster, but it's where you go, I fucked up. Like, when I fuck up, it's because in the past, and I've really said, you got to remember not to do this again. It's because I've over stressed my SI. And it used to be like every month I'd go through this cycle of, hey, I'm here, I'm back, I'm cheerful, I'm great, I'm so happy to see you guys. I'm beginning my speed run. And then my SI deficit would get worse and worse and worse. And by like day 10 of the speed run, I would end up uploading one of those videos. This fucking idiot, blah, 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 blah. You know, it's like, it just blows up at some point. Like, okay, Eric's lost it. He's totally in his emotions and completely oblivious to it. You know, that's my experience, and I'm proud of myself because I am trying to apply what cognitive functions helps me to understand better, which is that it's very much not the case. It's very much not the case what like somebody like C.S. Joseph might say, that the cognitive functions are skills you can master, right? But it very much is the case that you could look at a way a stack expresses as a healthy or optimal or something expression of that stack versus a non-optimal expression of that stack. And the optimality or non-optimality of the expression could very much be linked to the circumstances, not to who you are or whatever. So, for example, in these circumstances, when I'm engaging with a Legends Fall, I'm pushing on his 8th slot sometimes when he's providing 4th slot stuff. It's because the environment sometimes corners him to relying on NI to explain things in ways that my NETI can pick apart. So it's not like inherent to him that he's a non-optimally displaying ESTP or something. It's rather circumstantially he's been pushed into a non-optimal prioritization of attentional manners. In other words, he's being pushed into prioritizing his 4-8 rather than his 1-2. And when I get pushed into prioritizing my 4-8, I'm a mess. You know, it's like I'm very impressed by the way that a lot of people come around here and grow, even though it's a non-optimal environment for them, or maybe because it is. I don't know. All right, let me see what this discussion of NI versus SI looks like up here. You have to know how much of your 4th slot you can successfully produce or engage in. It's a lot less than 1st, 2nd, or even 3rd. Oliver Linehand puts it very nicely right there. Thank you for summing up my gesticulated out meowing of it. I appreciate that. The SI side is what one does when one looks in the mirror and remembers that her behind once sat a little bit not in ice. Or that's a pretty good pun there, Winston's palm. Simplest way to think of it at most basic level, SI is the past, as well, NI is the future. Or SI is what you know, NI is what is to be known, you know. So what you know versus what is to be known. You might not get that right, of course. You might use what is to be known and land on something that isn't actually to be known. But that, nevertheless, what is to be known is different than what I know. Well, let's see what I know about this. Is reviewing your resources, your ideational resources that you've accrued over the course of time. Let's see what I know about this. That's the SI style. Well, I know this, and I know this, and I know this. Based on, I've read this, and I read this thing here one time, blah, 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 blah. Like, well, sure. But what I'm saying is, if what is to be known is what I know, then it's SI. If what is to be known is what is to be known, then it's NI. So, in other words, if I know that woodpeckers have an especially thick bone right here to protect their peck from hurting their brain or something, because I read it in a book, then it's SI. I've not read that in a book. I just came up with that idea right now. That would be an NI conclusion I might make about the woodpecker. Oh, it must have some kind of extra thick bone right there behind its beak, so when it goes peck, it doesn't shake up its brain too much or something. I don't know, right? So that's an NI conclusion. SI and NI might agree with that. Maybe my NI conclusion about woodpeckers is correct, but I didn't learn it from a book. So let's say it is correct. Well, then SI, when I go to verify it, will validate NI. But in a lot of other ways, NI will validate SI. So, for example, let's say I make a song and I'm an SI user or an FI user or whatever. Everybody's subject to what you'd call the aesthetic fog of making. Well, at least I am. Maybe I shouldn't say everybody. So, in other words, I'm subject to thinking, not so much anymore, but still somewhat, thinking that something is better than it is at first. I'm subject to thinking that something is better than it is. In that instance, I'm what I know, that this is great, and I like it a lot, turns out not to be what is to be known. Once I've spent more time with it, I realize it in the universal frame rather than my particular, this is my baby, so I love it frame, right? It's like people will use NI to know how attractive their baby is objectively. They will use SI to know how attractive their baby is to them. So I imagine that an SI Dom can be perfectly comfortable knowing that their baby is beautiful, even if the NI truth is that they have a homely baby. Whereas an NI Dom would not be able to avoid that reality. Now, this would be maximally so in NTJ and STJ, ISTJ and INTJ, because FE bridges the gap somewhat. It's not liking it without a memory. No, there's no liking involved in NI. NI is knowing identity. Okay, look, Scott Steiner, let me explain to you NI and SI in terms of their protoforms. When human beings are infants, there are two cognitive stages they pass, and they're becoming fully realized human beings. One is called object permanence. Before a baby has object permanence, you can play peekaboo with them. And every time you play peekaboo, they laugh and they see the object again because it appeared out of nowhere. It disappeared and then it appeared, right? Because their experience, knowledge link hasn't attained object constancy yet. Now, that's proto-SI. Proto-Ni is shape constancy. So at first, when we're a baby, when we're shown this, we think it's a different thing than when we're shown this. Because after all, it looks entirely different. It's not until we get shape constancy that we attain the concept of identity. Ni is the intuition of the identity of things outside of oneself, regardless of one's perspective on it. Whereas object permanence is the knowing about the state of a thing because of one's experience with it. In other words, because I know where it was when last I saw it, I can expect it to be there again. Now, that's not accounting for reality, in fact, that other people can come and move it. So, well, I know I left it here. There's something, you're explaining to. Okay, well, that's generally not what the perspective of psychology says, Oliver Lionhen. Peekaboo may not always be representative specifically of object permanence, but it's generally perceived to be the test used to determine whether a baby has attained object permanence or not. And it certainly is considered by the psychological community and by various empirics to be a binary stage. Just like you can crawl, then you can toddle, then you can walk, right? They're not clear, bright line binaries, but they're nevertheless distinct stages. In other words, before you can toddle and after you toddle are distinct stages. Before today you could not toddle. After today you can. So it's important to recognize that it's easy to understand how the growth of SE looks, right? We can talk about that very straightforwardly. It's first you can't even crawl. You can just suck. It's all you can do at first. You just suck. You can't even direct your limbs to what you want to get at. All you can do is suck, And then gradually your SE develops into what you would call fully installed basic hardware, basic software, like fully installed BIOS. Fully installed BIOS is when you're old enough to run and jump and climb and stuff. And then it's your BIOS is fully installed, but you haven't actually, installed the rest of the bells and whistles. It's if you continue to maximally attain SE abilities until gradually they start to decline. And it's easy to understand what those are, right? So it's also the case for NI and SI, except that we only have one good real example that's as clear and concrete as being able to crawl or toddle, and that's object permanence and shape constancy. We've got lots of those kind of examples with SE physical development because we all understand that a person can do fewer pull-ups at age 5 than they can at age 10, probably, not necessarily. That's not a good one example, actually. Generally speaking, a child will be able to take a longer day hike at age 12 than at age 4 without being carried, right? So we can describe and understand those stages of development very concretely with SE, but they're just as concrete with the other functions. We just don't have as empirically present an expression of it, because of course it's not our actual physical bodies that are doing actual things in the world, right? You only really began walking to get upstairs. Well, crawling was good enough for me until I was 31. That's when I decided to say, fuck it, I'm going to start toddling. I toddled from 31 to 32. And after that, I walked. And by the time I was 33, I was already running. So I was a real late bloomer. But once I started the process, it went quick. Your inner child is more mature, more experienced than a 10-year-old. She's always 17. I think my inner child might be the same age as me. I'm not sure. I guess I could say I think my inner child is the same age as my outer child, maybe. I don't feel like there's a residual secret childish part of me. I feel like, whew, it sure is good to be able to be more childish again. I was kind of, by the end of it, worn down by the successful career thing, I'm not cut out for 60-hour weeks. Again, it's asking too much of my fourth slot. I mean, it's also, the reason it was asking so much of my fourth slot was because so much of the time was in my sixth slot, which is draining, It's like, more fucking TE. God. Why do I have to come up with this schedule? It's your job, Eric, among everything else around here. It really, it kind of soured me on adulthood in which I'm required to do things that I don't think are important. I mean, I got that it was important for the business, but I didn't think it was important in any larger frame of reference. In fact, I thought it was counter important because I was making architectural design decisions based on my boss's instructions to, sort of maximize revenue streams. So we had these introductory levels of survey classes and stuff that I wrote all the curriculum for that I thought were completely pointless. They should all go directly onto the debate teams, fuck speech, and they either then cut it or they don't. And of course, I mean, we would have made a fraction of the money if we had done it like that, or she would have. I didn't, it's like I was frankly underpaid. So, not like I got rich doing this either. It's got a decent salary, but the workload just got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger the longer I was there. It's like the punishment for competency, right? In a workplace is more tasks get assigned to you. If you don't have a good boss, who's ultimately a good boss, Your FIFE is a 76-year-old male. See, I'm pretty sure my FI is like a 7-year-old boy or a 7-year-old androgynous thing. Sometimes it's a boy, sometimes it's a girl. Maybe 6. I guess it's just a little boy. That's why it feels like not manly at all. Like today, I'm sitting out here by myself watching this anime. I did the same thing the other day. I'm watching this part that is making me sad. And 7-year-olds is too late for what? I'm talking about how old my 7th slot function is. My FI. How the competency level I have with my FI is equivalent to a first grader, approximately, maybe even a kindergartner. Right, because I was just, I guess, trying to. I tend to think of my FI as being feminine, like being soft and caring, and I tend to think of those things as being feminine. So I naturally jumped to the notion that maybe my inner child is more like a little girl than a little boy. But then I realized, oh, I guess that's just how I always was as a little boy too, and I still am like that, which is what I'm about to describe. I was watching this anime, How to Pick Up Girls. Is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Season 3, and there's a scene where somebody's friend was dying or something. I don't even remember what the scene was, and I was crying. I don't like this. I literally said that with, and there's nobody here. I'm not talking to anybody. It just sort of comes out of my mouth, and I'm struck by it. Like, wow, that's such a little kid thing to do. Yeah, Bell Crandall. Well, yeah, he makes me cry a lot because he's so noble, And when everyone else is telling them, look, the pragmatics here are too significant. You cannot make your principled stand this time. Too many people that you care about are going to be impacted by your principled stand. Somehow he manages to make the principled stand anyway. And it makes me cry. And in a good way. Those cryings are good cries. I like those cryings. Like, oh, Balcoon, you're so wonderful. Thank you for saving that girl. But the ones where bad things happen, like people lose things that are precious to them, or if I see, like, the worst would be like in an anime where they kill a monster and then they realize there's baby monsters there. It was a mama monster. Oh no. That's enough to get me to stop watching a series. That's why I stopped watching Golden Kamuy. I just cannot tolerate that. No anime is allowed to do that. There should be a unwritten law in all movies, TV shows, cartoons, whatever. It is never okay to include in your storyline you're killing a bear or a monster or whatever, and then discovering that it was a mama and there were babies left behind. That's so. That's why I had to stop. I like Golden Kamuy, except it's just too serious. I can take an occasional moment of FI that I don't like, but there's a darkness to Golden Kamuy throughout that I just can't take it. There's something deeply sad about it. It's about sort of the destruction of what came before World War One. Heine? I don't know what Heine is. You don't like crying? Crying feels like a fail. Well, that's because here's the difference between ENTPs and ESTPs. ESTPs are trying to basically get their 5th function to get their 3rd. And so are ENTPs. For ESTPs, that means gathering a bunch of cool experiences so that everyone knows how cool you are. For ENTPs, it means making a bunch of cool things so everyone knows how cool you are. And, we both succeed and fail at varying degrees. So Eric making a bunch of cool things. Well, unfortunately, my NI is not very good. So it's mostly NE. It's like, I mean, it's good in some ways, but yeah, I make a bunch of things. Some of them are cool, and a lot of them are mediocre, and plenty of them are abject failures. So as media objects, you know. As a consequence, it's like I'm trying to make cool things so that everybody will know how cool I am. But in the process, I end up, you know, making a big messy pile of SI instead, right? And so the same thing is true of ESTPs. They want to accumulate and accrue a bunch of cool personal experiences that make up their story of who they are. And that's how they, you know, get paid in FE. Whereas it's like, for me, I get paid in FE by, well, here's another cool thing I made or another cool idea I came up with or something. And of course, both those strategies are pretty good strategies to do well in FE. So both ESTPs and ENTPs can be very successful in their own and attaining FE on their own goal terms anyway. So it's like, for me, I've attained everything I need on my FE third slot goal things, because it turns out I don't really need a lot of people paying attention to me. I just need consistently some people paying attention to me. So that's satisfying enough, I guess. I guess basically over the course of these 7 or 8 years, you want to see Paul von Oberstein give Bell Crandall a reality check? Who's Paul von Oberstein? Is he in that cartoon, or is he something else? And I'm not making a connection here. Well, one thing I would note, Scott, is that SI and TI are also things you can outsource more easily than other things. So I can outsource a lot of my SI to Google Calendar. I just have to type something in once, and then I don't have to think about it. It'll remind me. I can't really, even think about things like feeding myself, right? Today I've eaten 2 meals comprised of things that I can make in the microwave, strawberries, which are right there, so I don't have to do anything, or little bags of chips that we have, so I don't have to do anything. You know, so it's like in the olden days, it would take a lot of effort to provide during the course of the day. First, bean burritos or chicken chimichanga burritos for 2 people, along with Dorito style corn chips, and then later provide for the same people Italian chicken and cream sauce with vegetables thing that we had in there, D'Angelo's frozen Italian chicken thing, with corn chips, Fritos, and Coke. So, like, if you were responsible to make all that food, it would take you all day to make all that food. For sure. That's why it's like back in the olden days, there had to be a person whose dedicated job was cooking and cleaning and stuff. We don't need to direct very much energy to comparatively as much energy to cooking and cleaning and stuff, because there's all these convenience things. Hi, Jeff Shaw. Well, the thing is, Sky Gear, the frozen burritos are not expensive. They're very inexpensive. And the chicken dinner thing I ate was actually in my dad's freezer. It's one of his foods. I normally don't eat things from in there, but because I wanted to watch the USC game in there, so I just decided to make something from his freezer. As long as I don't eat too much shit out of there, he doesn't really say anything. So this is the first time I've eaten. He's been gone for leaf trimmer. Don't just. I'm timing you out right now. If somebody can't say yo without you putting them on check, then the problem is you. Okay? There's no reason to put anybody on check for yo, and I don't want to start another big fucking slap fight. Right. Well, I mean, SC for its own sake is kind of a non-starter for me. In fact, I was expressing to Rachel earlier today how much I appreciate how important it is to her to have frequent sexual intercourse with me, because I have a tendency to just sort of forget about it. To be honest, it's like, but I'm always so happy when we do have sexual intercourse, which is basically every other day, probably, sometimes every day, but not very often, usually every other day. And sometimes a little bit more in between than that, but it's like, Rachel was saying, I guess that's one of my love languages is, she was having physical touch. I was like, fucking right. Yeah. Fucking is one of your love languages. That's great. It's actually not really one of my love languages. So that works out fantastic for us. I love it, but it's one of those things that I'll neglect, right? I just won't come to mind as something to do. I'm too busy talking to you guys right now. What am I worrying about my body for and doing things with that? And this, I talk about things that I think are very relevant to what's being said. So in this case, I talk about it because I think it's very relevant to what's being said. Which is, he said any for its own sake is a non-starter for me. And I gave him an example of SE for its own sake being not important to me, although I like it a lot when I end up attending to it, right? Now, granted, sex is a little bit more universally beloved than, say, making up a poem on the fly. So you might say that there's an FE problem I face there, because it might sound like I'm bragging or something. But on the other hand, you could argue that is somewhat self-deprecating, because I'm not presenting myself as a super stud, but rather somebody who tends to forget about sexual intercourse as an option, So I think that's, I believe in my 6-slot theory that people want 6-slot in their sex life. So ISFJs, INFJs, they want FI from you. ENTPs, ESTPs, they kind of want to like clipboard the thing. Like, so, like, I guess I'm the boss putting you through your motions, I guess. I guess then FE 6-slot would be really about like, it seems to me like FE 6-slot would be really about like dirty talk or something that's like designed to make the other person out to be a sexual dynamo or something. I'm not sure what FE 6-slot would look like. SE 6-slot would probably be like, no talk. I don't want to hear a goddamn word during sexual intercourse, or any kind of like meaning-based shit is just bend over. I'm here to pump away for probably longer than you want. It's true. FE6 is BDSM. I mean, I think to a certain extent, TE6 has elements of that to it as well. Like at least a hierarchy thing, quality to it, you know? I guess like NI6 would be, I have no idea. I have no idea what NI6 would be. Well, SI6, I guess, would be like, baby, do you remember that time we were at the beach? Like, oh, tell me more. Yeah, we could smell the salt waves. We could hear the sound of the ocean. Remember, we met Judy. Oh, NI is timing, I guess, maybe. Yeah, it's got to be, the timing's got to be just right or something. Managing the arc of the event. Maybe that's a good good point there, Scott Steiner. Okay, well, you're totally lying to yourself. You were totally trying to start shit, and you're completely lying to yourself. And in not very long, you're going to realize the only reason I wasn't lying to Eric is because I was lying to myself when I said that. And I doing it under the Eiffel Tower in the rain on Valentine's Day. That sounds like a miserably, like, expectation-filled environment. Well, I've got good news, everybody. It turns out that the real reason Lee Trimmer lost respect for me because I had taken off this hat. With the hat back on, we should be fine. Oh, good. Glad to hear it, Hambone. Let me read what you actually said, Lee Trimmer, so that we can. Okay. I'll concede that I read that as Jeff Shaw, saying yo is a rather odd thing. But regardless, drawing attention to his very regular greeting seemed like you starting to resume a fight that you had previously and had. I don't like fights to persist beyond one stream, right? Like if you're getting into a fight with somebody in this stream, fine, whatever, shit happens. Don't try to continue the fight the next stream. Regular? You were lying to yourself? Regular what? I'm not. I forgot what I said. So I know you're referencing something I said, but I don't remember what it was. Oh yeah, that's a very regular greeting in general. You're saying, well, my experience of Jeff Shaw says yo's an unusual greeting for Jeff Shaw, but that's like saying hello or hi or sup is an unusual greeting for somebody. It's so universally a usual greeting that anybody using it is not unusual. It is an informal greeting. Yo, sup? Hey, hey, girl. Hi, hello. What's up? Any of those things cannot be declared as unusual, no matter who uses them. So I think what I'm saying is I perceived what you were doing is trying to continue a fight that you had last time, and I didn't want that to happen. And so that's why you got timed out. And I still believe that I'm correct in my interpretation of that. But I admit I could be wrong in my interpretation of that. But I think I'm correct. But I appreciate the fact that people give me pushback on it and try to hold me accountable. And I acknowledge that if I hadn't read it as Jeff, I read it as you saying, Jeff, that's an unusual way, blah, 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 as though you were addressing him directly. Instead, you were doing a more passive-aggressive way, which might have, if I had interpreted it that way, I might have let it slide more or been not so inclined to pull the trigger immediately. But I still don't think it's wrong, even reading it that I did so, even reading it the way that I have now interpreted it correctly. I still think it was justified. So, and I shouldn't assume that you didn't put the comma in because of a grammatical mistake or a punctuation mistake. I should just assume that you punctuated it correctly, and I should read it that way. So that's a fair critique as well. Why did I go stand over there for a second? I'm always standing up and sitting down. I'm not sure why. All right. Well, it may be the case, Leaf Trimmer, that I am displaying some bias against weak FE and saying you must have been aware of FE things, meow, meow, and therefore you must have intended meow, meow, when in reality you were oblivious of the FE things. That's possible. So in that regard, I could be somewhat responsible for imposing FE awareness assumptions on you from my own experience that aren't justified. Adrian B. There are only 4 of these shirts because I only made one for each of the members of the band called Talking with Famous People that existed for a little while. I feel like I never missed my work Christmas party after all. Thank you, Leaf Trimmer. Is your work Christmas party full of cattiness and drunken arguments? Like that. Well, don't forget about what's her name, Ishtar, who, when she insisted on going into the underworld, her fellow goddess, who was in control of this part of the underworld down there, made her play strip entry. So she made her go through 7 gates, and in each of the gates, they made her take off successfully. She made her take off successfully 1 additional article of clothing. Until when she got there, she was super pissed at this other lady goddess lady. And the other lady goddess, though, trapped her there naked in the middle of the room or something. And for as long as she was trapped there, all the humans on Earth stopped having sexual intercourse. Isn't that interesting? Can I answer your 955 comment? I should have said, seeing Jeff type yo is a novelty for me. Yeah, but I mean, It's pronounced Easter. Well, I just know about it from is it wrong to pair of girls in a dungeon? I've been researching these various gods and goddesses that they name. I had a real doy moment when I was like, I wonder who this Uranus god is they're talking about. Oh, Uranus. Okay. But they put an O in front of it. And they spelled the name with an O before the S at the end. So I just didn't put two and two together that Uranus is Uranus, you know. When I looked that one up, I felt kind of like, no doy, Eric. But a lot of them are really obscure ones that, hi, New Zealand. How are you doing down there in the land of overly confident, flightless birds? I think it's fair to say that New Zealand is the land of overly confident, flightless birds. Uranus is the Greek name. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't really know a lot about all these mythological stories until this show, and I started Googling them. Okay, well, I gotta find out who this person they're talking about here. It's like the Mia family. I'm like, well, who the fuck is that? I've never heard of that god before. And so then I'll look it up, and I've learned lots of interesting things about mythology that I didn't know. For example, do you know that yeah, leaf trimmer, I guess full disclosure, I kind of wanted to throw Jeff Shaw a bone because I was kind of super harsh with him, I felt last time. And I thought it would be a sort of declaration of, don't worry, I'll still be fair to you, Jeff Shaw. And I kind of, to a certain extent, used your slightly questionable sort of instigatory comment as a means to send that message in part as well. So, yeah, that's FE for you. Leaf trimmer. It's not always fair. And it's a good reason to condemn it when it's not fair. And the challenge for the ENTP is to both be fair and be FE mindful, because there's sort of a meta fairness there from another person's perspective, but that doesn't justify me instigating unfairness against you. But I still maintain the central point that it was fundamentally instigatory and that you were trying to restart a fight that you had last time. I could be wrong, but that's my NI claim, and I'm sticking with it. Okay, but it's like, the reason he was starting it with Jeff Shaw particularly was not because Jeff Shaw had given some indication this time that he was interested in fighting about Mia. So it's like, if somebody came in and their name was Fierce Sandra, and they started talking about it's so one thing I like about this channel is that it doesn't engage the patriarchy or something. Then Leaf Trimmer would jump at that, like, you know, a dog at red meat, right? That would be him starting a new fight, because there's somebody who said, aha, here's something you can fight over. But Jeff Shaw didn't do anything at all to justify his engaging him at all currently. So all of Leaf Trimmer's justifications are his prior behavior. It's 7:01 there. In New Zealand? Is that where you said you were from? New Zealand? Where'd you say you were from? Yeah, I'm pretty sure New Zealand has those parrots that are, I guess they can kind of fly, but they basically just stand around and are super curious about everything and just assume everyone's nice. They're like the ENTPs of the bird world. It's not kiwis, actually, although kiwis are another semi-flightless bird. But I'm actually talking about this kind of parrot that's considered one of the smartest parrots in the world. Yeah, I agree he has done that in the past. This is the thing I disapprove of. I don't like to define people by the way they behaved last stream. I like to give everybody a chance to start fresh. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, those parrots. Can we stop talking about this now, Leaf Trimmer? I'm done. And I'm done talking about this. We've given you plenty of a hearing. You've attained as much justice as you're going to attain on this matter. So that's it. I want to go back to talking about New Zealand's flightless parrots. Or they're not really flightless, I think. They're sort of flighty. They might fly a little bit, you know? But they don't fly a lot. They're mostly, they just play around. Okay, fine, but I don't want to discuss it anymore. I maintain my point. So we don't have to concede each other's points, but I don't want to talk about it anymore. We can talk about Bell Kuhn's silliness. You know, Bell Kuhn seems to me a very actualized ISFP. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's all about his feelings, but he's not irrational like an ESFP. And he's always up to the challenge of being the one person who says, no, I will not go along with this. Standing in front of the blue monster lady and saying, you can't shoot her with your arrow unless you shoot through me. But then saying as an explanation, being TI smart enough to go, this is my catch. This is my claim. You're poaching on my monster because that's the rule of the etiquette in the dungeon. And it allows him to get away while the other adventurers are trying to figure out, wait, that doesn't apply in this situation. So it's like, I mean, I gotta say, SE is the worst one to have 7th. I feel worst for INTPs and INFPs, especially INTPs, because when I look and think about myself, I see a guy who is dramatically underperforming. And when I think of the comparison between ENTPs and INTPs, I think of INTPs as underperforming dramatically more than ENTPs. So it's like I feel bad for INTPs because I see them as dramatically underperforming. INFPs I don't get, so I don't really have that much of an opinion about them so much. I mean, I get it. I get them conceptually, it's just fine, but I just think I basically I have, this is the only way, this is the way you do that. Okay, this is the way I'd do that, Winston's mom. I'd have to have the shirt and like during the auction, put it into the envelope, seal it, put the stamp and everything on it, my return address and everything on it, and then go yeah, I liked that comment, leaf trimmer. I thought that was very interesting. The delayed SE thing. I think that's an interesting point of delayed SE that right. That what would you call that? That'd be like probably I guess that'd be most likely to be fourth or third slot SE probably. What do you think about the scenario? Billy went out with his girlfriend. A man disrespected her. He didn't do anything about it. He's seething about it. The next day, a guy comes up to his girlfriend and says, "Hey, you have gum in her hair," and Billy then punches the guy. What slot is SE in for that in that scenario? I don't know what type leaf trimmer is. I'm just Eric is proud of good to E might be why SE polar doesn't seem as drastic of underperformance in INFP. Right. I guess it's like I understand the metric by which NTPs judge themselves, and I know how harshly INTPs must judge themselves all the time. Well, like let's say, situation one, the boy's name is Adam, the girl's name is Barbara. The situation one, Charlie comes up and says, "Hey there, lady, nice tits." And she pulls back and he goes, and then looks at you and then walks away. Now, Adam, the boy, goes off with his girlfriend. Maybe she says something like, "Why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you do anything?" Or maybe she doesn't. But that's what he's thinking regardless. Why didn't I say anything or why didn't I do anything? Now, the next time, next day, he's going out with his girlfriend again. He's still kind of seething over this event. And someone comes up and says, "Hey, you got gum in your hair, by the way." And Adam punches Derek. Derek is this other random dude, not Charlie, the one who insulted her, but another one. What type would be most likely to do that? To have a delayed and inappropriate SE response? It kind of sounds a little bit like 8th slot too, maybe. But the thing is, with 8th slot, it always plays out as what I should have said, never what I should have done. So, and then eventually you rarely come into situations where you have to walk away going, "Damn, I should have said meh," because as you get older as an ENTP and your SI accrues, freaking, how many times have I used that fucking word today? It's like I was looking for that word this morning when I was trying to think about this halftime of Klonopin. Like, what's the word when? How would I describe that halftime gathering up over time? Oh, accrue is the verb you're looking for, Eric. And now I've used it like 15 times today, which makes me really piss off at myself because I try to pay close attention to that. Believe it or not, that kind of shit I pay a lot of attention to. So I hope never to be the second person to point that out, right? Any fourth is a constant state of realizing in the shower what you could have said earlier in the day. Well, you know, I remember driving around in the car with my ISFJ mom, and after it's like she'd get me from school after she got off of work, and she'd be driving around, like literally replaying conversations in her head to herself and kind of talking out loud to herself as we're driving around. Not paying attention to me, you know, like she's just driving. I'm sitting there looking out the window or whatever. We're not talking to each other, and she's just in her own mind. She's just like replaying conversations from earlier, maybe playing them out differently. I don't know. But I used to do that all the time when we were driving around. No. Now listen, Barbara, we can't remember now. I think Effie Polar I don't know about that. I mean, I think it's attractive to people who have FE sixths, you know? Like, is TE Polar attractive to women? Well, it's probably attractive to ESTP and ENTP women, because the nice thing is when somebody has your 6 as their 7th, you never worry about them critiquing you on it. And the 6th is where you worry about getting critiqued generally, or you feel subject to critique. You critique yourself. They call it the critical parent. Rachel's perfectly safe with her 6 slot FI here. I'm never going to say you're FIing wrong or you're not FIing enough. I will always say you're either FEing wrong or you're TIing wrong or you're, I guess basically I'd say, like, when I have problems in relationships in the past, it's always this. That's not the story we're telling, and you're not cooperating with my storytelling. And I'm telling the good story. If you have a better story, I'm happy to tell that story instead. But you don't have a better story. You don't have a good story to tell. So go along with my good story. Well, it turns out Rachel and I are both trying to tell the same good story anyway. So it's like, it's a weird phenomenon because from my perspective, there's this occasion where periodically where you realize, this isn't just FE. Like, I'm not just telling the right story, and finally somebody's working with me and telling the right story. When that occurs, when you're both telling the same story, it turns out the story is true. And it turns out that it matters whether it's true or not. See, my perspective is has always been, it doesn't matter whether whether we work together or anything like that. It just matters that I know how to have a good relationship and how to tell the right stories in a relationship. And all you have to do is want to participate in that storytelling process with me, and we'll have a great relationship. Well, that's just not the case, because in order to want to participate in that storytelling process in the same fashion as I want to, and to place the same kind of importance as I place on it, and to think that it's as determinate of actual statuses as I do, means you have to have a similar value matrix to me in the first place. So well, I mean, the thing is, Freddie Forgiato, there are plenty of people out there for whom the narrative maintenance is totally irrelevant and stupid. Like, you get a couple of ESFPs together talking about relationship and sex and stuff, and the meanings you'll get out of ones like, say, PRXO or something, is that you guys just don't get it. It's like, you can't lock people down with words regarding their sexuality. We have to just love. When we love, we love, You're thinking about it too much. Neither of us should want to be tied down here. Don't don't ruin this by trying to tell us what it is. Okay, let's just experience it. What is it? We're two people who really like each other. That's what it is. We don't need to define it any more than that. Okay, it's like that's a couple of ESFPs, right? I'm the exact opposite. I don't care what it is. I care that we're on the same page about how it's defined. And of course, the weird thing then is when you're actually in the right relationship and you're telling the same stories for the right reason, then you discover that, it's actually true. Where the stories you're telling are true. That the reason good relationships tell those stories is because those stories naturally emerge from the correctness of the good relationships. It went the other way around in my relationship, right? You see what I'm saying? It's like being bipolar means you're not aware that the reason people in good relationships speak so lovingly to each other is normally because the relationship's so good that they feel that way, and that causes them to express those things. I assume it's the other way around. That, I know how to be in a good relationship because I've seen how people in a good relationship talk to each other. I know the rules of interaction of a good relationship because they're basically the rules of interaction my parents have. They're very loving people, I guess. Even my dad at ESTJ was very much in keeping with these sort of rules about how you treat your family members. And that means if you speak harshly to them, you make some effort to apologize or admit you were wrong later. And I grew up like that my whole life. We all expected each other to be accountable to being good to each other, to being good people in general. And there wasn't any teasing in my house. There wasn't any harsh language. It was a fairly dry house emotionally. Like there was a lot of your mother and I are reading now, Eric. Go play in your room, which is fine. But there was also a lot of mom just loving the living hell out of me too. So, the point is, I went into dating life at 18 or whatever. That I know what a good relationship it is. It's one in which people talk like this. Therefore, the problem here is that you, little missy, are not cooperating in my storytelling. I don't need you to know how to tell the right stories because I know this perfectly well. So I'll do the storytelling and you just repeat after me and we'll be fine. And then we'll have a good relationship and we'll love each other. That's what it means to love each other and stuff like that. It's a very bipolar perspective to think that the symbols of love are the same thing as love. And then to, sort of realize periodically throughout your life in moments here and there that, I get it. Other people first have feelings, then tell the stories. I would love to get my dad to come on and live stream with me. He unfortunately has. I just played out your sad high school pickup lines. Yeah, I hate that shit. That's such ESFP talk to me. It's like, okay, shove your sexual relativism up your ass, ESFP. Yeah, well, and I am convinced that if the with a few of the smart people around here making a semi effort to ask him interesting questions, that people would get extraordinarily interesting content out of him. Basically, he's He's remarkably interesting to listen to answer questions like about things that he knows about. I kind of feel like it's only within the last year or so that I've really come to appreciate the value of just listening to my dad. Being an action type myself, talker first, means I tended to sort of reflexively undervalue listening to people. And being an action deliberator means you want to be in charge of the interaction, basically. You want to be, when they're talking, you want them to be answering your questions. When you're talking, you want to be making statements. So, like for TI anyway, it's like for any TI, I like to talk. But I'm very good at asking questions to pin people down on things and to clarify what they're saying or to determine if they actually mean anything or whatever. But that's still trying to control the narrative, right? So it's like action deliberators, they are fundamentally all about an idea that says, this system is static. I can know ahead of time how this shit's going to play out by being right. Whereas knowledge interfacers or interface knowledgers, they're, all I know is that I won't know how to do it until I get there and look at it and play with it, whether it's the social management of something or the management of a actual complex physical system of some sort. That's the exact opposite approach. It's saying, I can't know ahead of time how this is going to play out because I'm right, because it's not a matter of binary statuses like that. It's an interfacey kind of a thing. In other words, being right about an unpopular position doesn't necessarily mean you're going to, after expressing your correctness correctly, that people are going to be convinced by it. Not at all. In fact, in some instances, it might push them towards even stronger doubling down on their wrongness. Is it true that basically INTJs and ENTPs, the only thing that differentiates them is their ability to use their bottom lower functions? No. I don't think so. There's lots of things that differentiate them. You're talking about a knower versus an action type, first off the bat. So universal knower versus universal actor. In other words, language knower, meaning symbols in general and patterns, not just spoken language, but symbol pattern language knower versus symbol pattern language doer. So INTJs and INFJs will never be prone to naturally, I guess, exploring out ideas. Like Rachel's NI is so cut and dry about a lot of things. When you ask her a question like, what do you think NI is? Internal knowing? Like that's an NI answer, right? She's looking for the most holistic, sum it up, nutshelled, complete of it that she can give you, rather than the most thorough, right? You haven't showered in 2 days? I mean, what do you mean, first or second slot? Okay. Now that comment you should remove and retype because you misspoke. INTJs have a reputation as silent judges, but that's true of both INTJs and INFJs for sure. And all the right hand says it's true also ISFJs and ISTJs. ISTJs judge the most silently, which is to say, INTJs are likely to reveal their judgment to you one way or another, either by just disappearing or by conveying to you their approval. But ISTJs you probably aren't really going to get any indication that they're judging you. At least that's not my experience. They're much more concerned about being judged. They don't really seem to judge others very much. I'm not sure why. I guess it would be just that FI third thing with SI. They're most likely only to judge people they don't know, you know, like if they know you, then every time you interact with them, it adds to their pile of investment in you, you know? So I think an ISTJ is most likely to avoid investing anything in anybody if they're making any judgments. So they are least likely to convey judging to somebody they know. ISTJs worry about being judged. Yeah, for sure. They worry about their FE polar without understanding it. And it's when you ask them questions about FE, they reveal how they really feel kind of fucked over by FE and they think it's manipulative. ISTJs seem to expect your behaviors today will be the same tomorrow, so they act towards you based on that assumption. Yeah. I mean, I guess in my case, it's probably true as well for Cameron, for instance, that he can consistently expect me to be interested possibly in making a video about something. And so I think that is satisfying for him as an anything and also as an SE thing in the back slot. So I think his understanding of me, because he's been around me enough, his understanding of my range of things is such that I actually am predictable to him, and that the areas in which I'm unpredictable, he can predict where I'm going to be unpredictable and to what extent, so that it's safe, you know? In other words, my unpredictability will be a kind that's satisfying to him rather than a kind that's not. How about we pull a bong rip? Is anybody else ready for a bong rip? Anyone want to join me? Bong rip time? I gotta say, I am really, really pleased with my trip to the weed store today. First of all, speaking of FI, I had a little bit of genuine FI connection, and Rachel and I both did, I guess, with the weed store lady today. Because when she asked me what we had done, I said, we went to visit my mom at the nursing home. And then she asked more specifics like, how far along is she? Of course, it turned out she had not that long before completed the granddaughter's caregiving role for her grandmother who had Alzheimer's. So it was, I felt they don't let you have cameras in there. There's always a sign that says you may not use your phone in here. You may not film. You may not take pictures and stuff like that. So I don't try to push the rules at all in the weed stores. Weed stores love me. Weed stores love me and Rachel because we're middle-aged people who buy a lot of weed and don't complain and don't try to do anything shady or try to, and it's like, I get the sense that when Rachel and I go in there, especially if I'm dressed a little bit nicer, if I have something, although I have to take off the hat, they have a sign that says no hats too. Okay, Matthew, tell me what it is. And what's pulling chicks mean? Never heard that expression before. Pulling chicks. What do you need, Matthew Alistair? Do you need a blowjob? I'm sorry, I'm not going to give you that. You do a hip-hop song called Weed Store Loves Me? It's not a bad idea. Because I think that the weed store people feel like more legitimized as a business. Having customers that are more like upstanding seeming citizens, because I still say the majority of the people at the weed store I go to anyway, because it's a gray market store, are, a lot of people under 30, a lot of tattoos, a lot of like more urban-y clothes, like more hip-hop style clothes rather than like this hat or something. So pulling rips is definitely good. Pulling chicks may not be good. I'm not sure about. Pulling just means getting. Oh, okay. Well, I don't know about that, but pulling rips, definitely good. If you haven't pulled your rip yet because you're waiting for me, I'm sorry for making you wait so long. I'm sorry. That's my bad. So, anyway, this weed store lady who was surely about 22, 20 or something, because she has on, last time we went to the weed store, she had on a shirt that had on a bunch of cartoons that Delilah watched. And Rachel commented about her shirt and said, "Oh yeah, these are all the cartoons I loved as I was a kid." So she's got to be about the same age as Delilah, right? But she expressed a lot of the challenges of the emotional challenges of dealing with somebody who's has dementia. And I felt remarkably understood in that brief interaction in the weed store today. Whereas almost like with almost no exceptions, every other weed store interaction, I find the insistence on chatting with you, because it takes a while to count to if you're at a gray market store, it takes a while. But even if you're at the white market stores, they insist on chatting with you. It's like every weed store has the same like employee training protocol, which is they always say, "So how you guys doing today? What have you been up to?" It's just every weed store employee everywhere, they're instructed, pitched hard to be super friendly and chat with the customers, and then they get more tips, right? Well, in fact, I tipped this lady today $5 because not only did I get she gave me the she found that, it's like they can find you the deal if if they want to. Like I said, okay, I want 5 grams of that and 5 grams of that. It added up to $110 total. And she said, well, we got 10 grams for on that shelf for 90 today, and we can split it up 5 and 5. So I can, you want the 10-gram deal? I'm like, yeah, cool. And so she gave me that deal, and then each of these 5-gram things is at least 5.5 grams, a little over, like 5.6 or something. So it's like they can kind of give you 5.1, 5.2. If they give you more like a half gram more, it's like they're really hooking you up. And then she gave me like 4 things on my stamp card too. So I was like, okay, you deserve a $5 tip. And she bonded with us emotionally over my demented mother. And the previous time I sort of had connected with her on this, I hadn't actually said anything, but I sort of made a connection with her as having a shared experience of my daughter. So I felt like, oh, okay, I kind of understand who this person is. I understand the media that they were weaned on, because I watched my own daughter be weaned on that same media. $9 a gram? No, not in California, not for this shelf anyway. And the other thing that I'm really happy about is like this Pablo Escobar is really good. I kind of wish I'd gotten 10 grams of this. I tend to like to get a Jack. If they have one, or cherry pie. There's a sativa heavy hybrid called cherry pie that has really dense little nugs that I would get every time they have it, but they haven't had it in a while. And then if they have one of the Jacks, sometimes the Jacks can be really good, but like Captain Jack, I got Captain Jack at one time previously, and I was disappointed with it. I also noticed they had Jack the Ripper there, which I never had gotten before. And so I got Jack the Ripper this time. This is a much better weed than Captain Jack, even though they're both on the same shelf and they're both Jack variants. This is much better. I'm much happier with the Jack the Ripper than I was with the Captain Jack. Well, that's one thing I think good about this store. When they say they've got cherry pie put out, it's always the same and when they don't have it, they just don't have it. They don't call something else, some weak ass version of it, the same name, Does the weed store have a discount card where you buy weed? Yeah, exactly. It's got a stamp card, it's called, and it's when you get a certain number of stamps filled out. I think it is 10, but they give you stamp. I never get just one stamp. They always give you at least 2 stamps. Anyway, I actually have a completed stamp card that I get a free gram from the connoisseur shelf, but I didn't like they only had one choice left on the connoisseur shelf today, so I saved it for next time when they replenish, Cause I didn't want. I mean, I could have gotten that stuff, but I typically am disappointed, as I was last time when we got this stuff called jackfruit, which was on the connoisseur shelf. So this stuff is a shelf below connoisseur. This Jack the Ripper and the Captain Jack. The jackfruit on the connoisseur shelf that we got last time, 10 grams of it, was worse than this Jack the Ripper. This Jack the Ripper is the kind of Jack. This is why I buy the Jacks when I get this one. So I know that, okay, this is a good one. There's another Jack that they used to have that they've had before that I liked a lot too. That is what really got me started on the, okay, I'm going to try the different Jacks. But I forget what it was called now. So auction some t-shirts and hats. You know, the thing about I need to make more t-shirts. I had, you know, I made over the course of channel like probably maybe 125 to 150 t-shirts total that I've had screen print made properly like this, and I ended up giving them away. So they're all gone, and I need to make more. Yeah. Somewhere, some guy named Jack is busily labeling every new lead strain with there. Now, the thing about these Jack, the Jack derivatives, they're all variants that are dominant Jack Herrera. Jack Herrera is a particularly distinct strain of sativa, and there was this weed store I used to go to where I frequently buy what they had, which was called Super Jack, which, you know, the thing about the Jacks is to varying degrees, they get close to the ultimate Jack smell, which is it's like straight, good, pure Jack Herrera. It has a unique smell and taste and high too, kind of, that is unlike, it's very distinct, unlike anything else. Similarly, Gorilla Glue number 4, real Gorilla Glue number 4 is very distinct. I rarely see Gorilla Glue number 4 in stores that they show to me, and I go, yep, that's Gorilla Glue number 4. I usually go, no, that's not Gorilla Glue. Some fucking Gorilla Glue hybrid that's turned out shitty. It's like, talk about you think about weed strains as racehorses. The Jacks are a sire that produced a bunch of winning racehorses. The Glues are a sire that mostly produced trash horses. And of course, the most famous sire of all time is OG. OG's in practically every indica out there now, you know? Are you getting BS around here, Adrian B? Or you mean in the U.S.? You don't mean right here and talking with French people? There's another favorite of mine that basically is disappeared. Is what you might call a heritage strain or something, heirloom strain. It's Northern Lights. What am I being paranoid about? Oh. You. Okay, well, I don't know where. What I've experienced with cherry pie is that it's a remarkably long-lasting, good, like, it's a good purchase. In other words, it gets you high, not in a headachy way, and it's super dense little nugs that last a super long time. Okay, you say Northern Lights is not very strong. Here's the deal. So much of a individual weed's actualization is attained by how it's grown. And it's also the case that strains are made more robust by taking two good Northern Lights and breeding them together to make another Northern Lights. That doesn't happen with Northern Lights because it's an heirloom and strain that people don't really work with as a base anymore, right? And so as a consequence, it's probably falling behind in that way, but it it shouldn't be left behind. It should instead be realized into its ultimate form in the way that people are trying to do with Jack, and which I think they did with Gorilla Glue number 4. It's like Gorilla Glue number 4 is the ultimate form of the glues. Like there's this weed they got LA Kush has developed. LA Kush develops strains, does a lot of strain work, you know. And they've got this stuff called blueberry cheesecake, Birch blueberry cheesecake, that is incredibly distinct. It's like, it tastes so much like, not really blueberry cheesecake, but I can't think of a better thing to say that it tastes like, but it doesn't actually taste like blueberry cheesecake, but it tastes like something very distinct that, for lack of another descriptor, you might as well call blueberry cheesecake, I guess. Like the cool thing about the jackfruit was the taste of that stuff. That stuff, even though I was disappointed because it burns through fast. In other words, it's fluffy instead of dense, which means you're going to smoke it fast. And it wasn't, its biggest virtue was its taste. But I don't, that's not a big virtue in my book, but it did have a cool taste. It tasted very, very much like cucumbers. You know, like jackfruit. I didn't like it either. I was disappointed in it. It was on the connoisseur shelf, and it's worse than this Jack the Ripper that's a shelf below. So, you know, I usually buy from this shelf, which is 2 from the top shelf. They're like private reserve level stuff is consistently not any better in terms of stoniness than their connoisseur or even their third shelf stuff like this. Like this Pablo Escobar here is very stony. This is very good weed. It's like, if this were on the connoisseur shelf of any place, well, like these ones here, like these buds on the Pablo Escobar, are kind of medium in between fluffy and dense. I don't really have examples of nice dense little nugs right now because neither of these are super dense. This is kind of fluffy-ish, but it's denser than it looks. So it's pleasantly surprising in terms of its density, despite how it looks and feels. Oops. So I'll smoke a bowl of it right now. And some weeds are super fluffy. In general, if you grow outdoors, your weed's more fluffy. So if you push it, it smushes down more. This, I can push it, it doesn't smush down very much. If it were fluffier, I could push, it could be big, I could push it and it would smush down more. Bica Smole. Hi, David Sanderson. Happy Valentine's Day. Won't you be my neighbor? I'm sorry. I mean, happy March Day. It's March now. Yeah, well, we actually haven't done floor weed gather in a while, but usually, or not usually, I guess maybe 30% of the time, in between running out of weed and going to the weed store, we play floor weed gather to delay having to go to the weed store a little longer. It's in the mix. It's in the works, David Sanderson. As In fact, I'm pleased that once again I made the kind of progress that I've been planning and executing and following through on this plan today again as well. The thing is, I'll probably make a video for this channel pretty soon, articulating where we are in this process and what the reality of it is. But I mean, part of the fact that part of the reality of doing this the right way is realizing that it's quite a bit of things on my checklist still to accomplish before I'm really ready to launch this channel. For example, I need to first, NI script refine what the opening bumper is going to be. There's just a couple of examples of things. Then the closing one, and record those and get those precise so that those chunks can be then automated. In other words, that'll be consistently done every time as part of a process. It's not really automated, but that's it's minimal amount of steps. So in other words, to make it such that this channel will always succeed on like SC follow through and NI consistency levels, I need to do. I'm discovering as there's this book over here in which I've got all these notes and stuff, and we've been talking things out and making certain necessary parts that need to be done. Right, I need to get the circle image. I need to do the background image. We need to decide on the fonts. We need to finalize the name. We've got we're this first video is a proof of concept essentially, in that it's going to be executing the recipe that we're going to repeat over and over and over again. And I'm trying to refine the recipe into as lean and TE efficient a recipe as we can. And then we're going to have to, in other words, it's gonna, because I actually am following through on this correctly. And as I explained to Rachel, I said, look, we got to remember now we're doing this the right way, which means this is slow and steady wins the race. And our number one job is to be consistent about getting some things on our checklist here done every day. And gradually we'll get it all done. That's the TESE way, It requires of me more patience than my FE wants. So in other words, I don't like being pestered by David Sanderson. And I know, yes, we are talking about branding. If you feel like you have some expertise about it and would like to chat with me about it, I would love to chat with you about it. New Groove. Anyway, so in fact, well, I'm going to. This is part of the thing it's on my checklist here. Is once I have a certain number of things on my checklist completed, then I will sort of make a video for the channel saying, here's what I've got done. Here's what I'm thinking. Here's what's undone and I'm still questioning about. And I'd like to get people's input now. So that's part of this. That's planned part of this process, is sort of reaching out to the community and saying, let me cue everybody in on what I'm doing. But before I'm going to reach out and do that, I want to do that right too. I want to do every part of this process right. So I kind of appreciate David Sanderson showing up and making sure I'm attending to my follow through. It's also frustrating me because I'm attending to my follow through, I don't have anything to show him right now. I don't really have anything to tell him right now because I don't want to go into all that shit, because that's exactly contraindicative of the frame I'm trying to implement here. Yeah, I don't want to define. I want to plan. I want to plan and execute, which I'm doing. And I don't want to define because I'm shifting my frame of reference here. I'd love to see an ESFP versus ENFP debate video. It's like saying you'd love to see Hamlet put on by two orangutans. I would love to see two orangutans do a production of Hamlet. That would really be, kind of a groundbreaking interpretive leap there. Like a slap fight between two SE polar women. I'm really, really, really feeling my way through this right now. Oh yeah, well, I'm really, really, really thinking my way through this right now. Just wait. Fonzie did Hamlet on Happy Days. I hope he played the role of Lady Macbeth. That would have made it much more interesting. Ouch, ouch, damn spot, he proclaims, washing his clean hands furiously to rid them of the imaginary blood. In Happy Days production of Hamlet. Jazz hands versus unicorns and rainbows. Those things are never in opposition, Scott. Jazz hands are always with unicorns and rainbows. They're never against them. And that is where you're wrong. And that is why you fail. Yeah, I'd punch me in the face too. I'm just joking. I don't think you're wrong or fail. Do I look like a movie villain like this? I think I do. I won't let them get away with their interference with my evil plans. My abstract is my mwahahaha. Or as they say in Japanese, ke. Bad guys in Japanese laugh by saying ke. I translate ke to mwahahaha. They don't translate it in the show. I guess they just figure we don't have to translate laughter. But it's clearly more of a mwahaha than it is a he. I can show you jazz hands. I can show you rainbows. Climb aboard my unicorn with me and ride away. I can show you Pegasi swimming in the ocean wide, underneath the ocean waves with the unicorns today. What's the connection between SE polar and reflexes? This. Oh! Yeah, I actually don't really think that has anything to do with it either. Oh, kaka. Well, keke is grandstanding? Thank you for clarifying. That's interesting to know. I am really interested to know that. That's good. Eric, you should watch that clip from Sweet Charity. I think it's a snappy track. Or is it a chabby track? Well, those are slightly different things. Could be one, could be either the other. In a very rare instance, it could be both. Interesting. I'll have to pay attention to that. I've also noted Scott Steiner, since you seem to be a fellow expert on these matters. that that sometimes they'll have adorable little good guys say "K." So it's not really moi ha 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 exactly. It's usually bad guys who say "K," but sometimes it's cute little guys who say "K." I think they just think it's cute, kind of when the little good guy says "moi ha ha ha" like a bad guy. Is what my current hypothesis on it is. Have you noticed that sometimes I have the cute little guys say "K" as laughing? Am I gonna show hole? Yes. This is the hole in which my bowl will stroll. Voila, as they say in France. Or something like that. Pablo Escobar wants to know, Sam Ellingsworth, if you're a hoe. Yes or no? Prompts Pablo. Oh, so slow. Before I roll and pull this bowl down through this hole. Into your mom's face. Eight type of anime laughs? Wow. That's a lot of it doesn't actually surprise me. I would, if you would ask me how many different types of anime laughs do you think there are, I say, well, I could think of 3 or 4 off the top of my head, so probably 8, 9, 10. Like there's like with a super powerful guy who was scary a second ago reveals like that like the tension, everyone's super tense because a super powerful guy looks like he's mad, and then and then like someone does something like speaks their open mind to the super powerful guy, right? Like super powerful guy is here and the group's here, and then beloved but problem character X goes meow 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 meow, not even addressing him with Sama, and everyone's like and then he goes, there's silence for a second, and he goes, whoa! And then you have the reactions of the characters or somebody, and then another character. You get the like, this great man is so open and forgiving kind of shit, Have you seen any Jake and Amir? It's a sketch series where the premise is 2 NTPs. One can't stop obliviously assaulting FE, and the other keeps being refreshed with discomfort. That sounds like it would be more of a situation between one ENTP and one NFJ who aren't yet realized or something, Best anime moment is Lelouch's checkmate on the Damocles. I don't know what that is. But there's lots of. Oh, see, I haven't watched that one yet. I guess you're more of an expert than me. I have watched a shit ton of them though, including ones a lot of people haven't watched. So I haven't gotten around to that. I haven't gotten around to Full Metal Alchemist. I've watched, I don't know, the first season and a half or something of Bleach. I'm assuming it gets better. It's like the first season and a half. It feels like the first incarnation of its kind of thing that got refined since then. I'm assuming it refines itself as well along the way. Yeah, muscle memory is SI. It should be noted that muscle memory, I think, is best explained as SI. So when I'm playing the guitar, I'm knowing how to play the chords. I'm not remembering how to play them actually, or in sort of an active way, or figuring them out using music theory. I mean, when I don't actually know if I watched a season or not, but on Crunchyroll, it's got like a bunch of like push the arrow and the list comes down. I forget what that's called, but it on that one, each one of those represents a season as far as Crunchyroll can considers it anyway, and it's got a bunch of those. I mean, I've gotten a good number of videos in the first one of those uncollapsing menu things. Oh no, Winston's mom. I'm removing that comment. We will not have any links to any dubs here. No dubs. There are no dubs allowed. Okay? This is a sub-only anime channel. We do not allow dubbed anime to befoul our live chat. Dubbed anime is the devil. I don't like it. It destroys everything good about anime somehow. It's like it's not possible to dub an anime without turning it into shit, as far as I can tell. I'm just joking, by the way, Mrs. Paul. I just removed your message to be dramatic. I don't actually. As an effing polar person, I have to double check to make sure you get that I'm joking. I mean, that's a misplaced modifier. The way I said it, it was me that was the effing polar person. But dub means it's been translated. It has English voice actors. Whereas sub means it's in Japanese audio and it has subtitles. I hate the ones with English voice actors. It's just, it makes me want to throw things at the TV. It makes me so like, ew! Even almost everything that tries to be an anime but is naturally in English makes me go, ew. The only exception is Avatar: Last Airbender, which was enjoyable. I enjoyed it, but mediocre by, I mean, like, it would qualify as good, diverting anime, but nothing that stands out in terms of Japanese anime, right? And it's the only one that I can think of that's in English, that's an anime that works pretty well. That's good. So I think I'm going to have a short intermission here, by which I mean I'm going to put some music on in the background and not talk for a little while. Stand over there, maybe. Too hot.
Got a story about 10 years old. It's a song or an open road, and such a thing must always do its job. She married up Jack, turned 19, 4 years in, 3 kids, weary now and questioning the past. Agency out, faces discretion, knocking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always grow.
God damn it.
Still got 20 pound bourbon fun, likewise still got 21, and so forth well up into middle age. What he once thought would set him free became his whole identity, half up without another drunken rage. Agency out, faces discretion, walking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always grow. Everybody's panicked about their kids, lock them up with extra dexedrine and mathematics to promote success, or to impose more unjust duress. Agency out, faces discretion, walking in our courses, way too young. The urgency conferred is really just depression, making sure those underneath them always grow. Without consent, it's really just depression, but parasites surviving while they feed their fear of dying as they feed upon the futures of the young.
Detectives in the parks, the very worst kind of thinking. Detectives in the parks. Once there was a girl named Jenny Sue, a teenage girl a lot like you. She lived in Florida, played some softball prematurely, had her last call. The day was clear and the sky was blue, so you don't need to fear what killed Jenny Sue, cause she came to the plate and she swung the bat and everybody heard a great big crack. Thunder. Bright, dark. When sight returned to their eyes, they could only see a pair of charcoal thighs. Finney's mom was shocked, of course, and sad. In fact, her life seemed mostly bad. She had loved her kid and kept her safe, and then all at once the kid had met her fate. And Mom was outraged. Mom was mad. Mom sought help from her brother, Brad.
Assembly swine, one named, eyes begin to shine.
Someone to blame, very worst kind of thinking. The very worst kind of thinking.
Keep you from danger.
Detectives in the parks.
And on the range.
The very worst kind of thinking. Detectives in the parks. The very worst kind of thinking. Detectives in the parks.
Damn it, we were promised a plague. Bodies in the street. Totally had to flatten the curve. Not overburden healthcare, sir. But you see, it's been underburdened. Gee, cause this COVID thing's been so exaggerated. We have been lied to, fooled, misguided, directed to the wrong side. Your cherry picking art is not gonna work. You don't know your stats, your data gathering methodologies are crap. Listen here, if you only test the sickest, what you think is gonna be the trick? Feeling scared. COVID-19 destroy everything for the impression you bring. Feeling scared. COVID-19 destroy everything for the impression you bring. Feeling scared, scared and down. Please swallow the gum. Feeling scared. COVID-19 destroy everything for the impression you bring. Feeling scared. COVID-19 destroy everything for the impression you bring.
That's really gratifying to watch that video. I'm really proud of that track. And it's also helpful to have the previous track right before it, because that track is what the previous track tries to be but fails to be. I'm really proud of that COVID track. It says all the right words, and it's one of my more well-produced tracks. I felt very satisfied listening to it right now. Like, I mean, you take a risk when you make a song that takes a clear stance on something that's yet to play out like that. But I feel totally vindicated that I made that such a long time ago. And I'm so happy that it's a good song and a good track too. It's catchy. It's well produced. I got a good bass in it for once. Usually that's one of my big problems, you know. It's not perfect. There's some things I'd change about it if I were to redo it, or if I could just sort of magically make it. Who's the other guy? Redo of Healer. I haven't seen it. I've seen Troubles, and I've seen Rain. I've seen Sunny Days of something. Who lyrics this song? It's by that immortal stalwart of adult contemporary music, the guy who sings "Oh Mexico, I never really been, but I'd sure like to go," by that guy. Hi.
So the audio quality is
significantly worse on the Where Why.
I'll change the mic.
I don't know why that is. Maybe it's a different mic.
Yeah, it's on the mugity meow instead of the mugity meow is why. There. Now do I sound more sensually intimate?
No.
Or do I sound less sensually intimate? That's how you measure the quality of a microphone. Redo of Healer is too edgy that English translators refuse to translate the source material. Oh, it's called Redo of Healer. It's not a redo of Healer. What a terrible name, right? I tell you what else is a terrible name is it wrong to pick up girls in a dungeon? Because I gotta say that it took me a long time to get to that series because I assumed it was going to be way more romantic comedy than it turned out to be. Incorrectly based on the title. I guess you could say that's why I titled my channel so poorly. You'd expect there to be a lot more talking with famous people than there actually is, considering there's really not actually any talking with famous people. But except by my storytelling methodologies, which is say you're all famous people, I'm talking to you. I sound as intimate as an asparagus wrapped in a plastic bag. If somebody's talking to me in an autonomy, I can't hear you.
Who?
I said, if somebody is talking to me in autonomy, I can't hear you. If it's just background noise, then it's just background noise. It might be someone's background noise. Anyway, what's HO? Like hentai? Hentai or whatever it's called? I don't actually like that then. I probably wouldn't like it. I generally find it kind of annoying when there's too much TNA in my anime because it's I don't really I just don't like to mix like sexy stuff in with other stuff. I don't know. I don't want to be distracted by the TNA and finish watching a bunch of episodes of something only to end up going on to incognito browser before I go to bed because there's been so much bounced in animated TNA in front of me, well, I definitely don't want to watch it then. For sure. What I think is weird is there does seem to be this recurring theme in Japanese animation of this odd father relationship of the main character to a group of sexually attractive and demographically legitimate contemporaries of the main character whom he takes a moral stance whereby he cares for them all but doesn't touch them. But he'll still end up getting laid with chicks outside of that, maybe. It depends on the show. But it's very obviously realized like that in the one I'm currently watching is Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon. But this is by no means the only shows like this. For example, regarding Zero, Starting Life Over in Another World, very similar. You've got, that character is romantically interested in one of the characters specifically, but the rest of all these girls that he has around them, mostly girls, he takes care of like kind of a father figure. Who's mine? I don't know who mine is. I know who which one is Naofumi from Shield Hero? I did watch Shield Hero. I've watched all of it, but I don't remember I have trouble remembering Japanese names if it's been a while since I watched the show. So, Shield's here. Okay, so whose mine claimed he did? Who's mine? Is mine one of the people of the kingdom that summons him even though they don't like him and who's shitting on him all the time? See, that was a big mistake by that kingdom. They should never try to summon all 4 heroes by themselves. They should just let the other kingdom each summon their own hero like they're supposed to. Because who gets fucked in that deal? Mine is the red-haired girl. I don't really remember what she did in that show. As far as like atrocity committing people in anime, well, I mean, I really love the positive atrocity of Gate, where the Japanese army goes in there and kills 100,000 people. That one is so careful in everything being TI justified that it's delightful to watch. It's so carefully TI justified. Everything in that show, Gate, all acts of aggression are TI justified. So I really like that show. But in fact, it's one of the few anime that I've watched twice. I watched it myself, and then I watched it with Rachel all the way through The Killing of the Dragon. If I send you googly eyes, will you put them on Mr. Mike? Yes, sure, I'll put googly eyes. I have to put them like here, I can't put them on this part because that would affect the sound getting aspect of it, I guess. Not that I'm much of a gearhead or anything. For all of my experience recording music, using audio gear of all sorts, I'm currently like very geared minimalist. Not intentionally, but just I have very little gear. But for all the gear I've used over the course of my life, I don't know a goddamn thing about it. You can ask me what's a good mic, what's a bad mic. I don't really know. I have no idea. I go into the mic store and I'm like, I ask them what they think. I look at the prices. And I just kind of go, well, that seems like about what I want to pay. And you say mostly good things about it. So I go to Guitar Center or something. So I go, okay, I'll get that one. That's how I got this mic. That's how I got the other mic over there. This is a good mic too. I actually feel as though my best mic setup is these things stereo mic'd. These 2 mics stereo mic'd, because this is got a much richer bottom end to it. And this is a much more present, crisper sound. So you get both if you stereo mic it. But of course, then you've got more of a problem with your EQing and your mixing and stuff. Because now you've got whatever that you have that's stereo mic with these 2 mics. Now it's occupying, to have it fully realized, means affording it more EQ space and more dynamic space than you would have to if it were just a mono mic, So it's it's always like stealing from Peter to pay Paul. Is that what they say? Something like that. Kind of operation in music making, it feels like to me. You're always trying to figure out, okay, where do I want to sacrifice singular realization for like sometimes you need things to be a sandwich, but you want the piece of bread to be very distinct from the piece of lettuce, to be very distinct from the piece of cheese, to be very distinct from the piece of meat, to be very distinct from the piece of bread, right? And sometimes you need things to just be a piece of lettuce. You'd like the piece of lettuce to be just as robustly and distinctly a piece of lettuce in the sandwich as it is by itself. But it's very hard to get it to be that in the sandwich, you know? Well, there's definitely a Pam who steals from Paul to pay Peter. It's actually a circle scheme. Paul steals from Peter to pay Pam, who steals from Paul to pay Peter.
What?
It's called a circle scheme. It's like a pyramid scheme except instead of being the shape of a pyramid, it's the shape of a circle.
So it's kind of like tic-tac-toe or something, or not, rock, paper, scissors.
It's kind of like an infinity loop. It's kind of like the song that never ends. You're familiar with the song that never ends, right?
No.
Uh-oh.
I'm sure there's...
Okay.
I mean, I guess you could technically have something where you just have like a few seconds of an audio clip and you just put it on loop.
No, David Sanderson. This is the song that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friend. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friends. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was, and they'll continue singing it forever just because this is the song that never ends. See?
Okay.
It was written by
from like Spy Kids or something?
No, it's from the lady who does Lamb Chop, the little lamb that talks. It's a very old kids thing. It's like Captain Kangaroo era kids thing. That lady, she wrote that song. The Lamb Chop lady. Isn't that interesting that the Lamb Chop lady wrote that song? I was interested when I discovered that. I thought it was interesting. I thought, wow, the Lamb Chop lady wrote that, huh? What's her name? I don't know. I don't remember. But she's probably satisfied just to be remembered as a lamb chop lady. The ting goes scraw pop pop ka ka ka, skiddy pop pop poo 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 boom skaya doo doo cuckoo boo doom doom boom boom. You done now. What in the world is that sentence supposed to mean, Winston's mom? Hojark, what do you think of Coast to Coast AM? I don't know anything about Coast to Coast AM. I'm interested in it now that you say the words.
What is... I don't know. Bean.
What is bean?
Very broad question. Yeah.
What is bean? Well, I guess you just say it's sort of synonymous with agency, which is to say the capacity to express will across time. But or not just the capacity, but the experience of expressing will across time is being would be a better definition of it. Good question. What says at Winston's mom, says Chris Chapin. Are you talking about that boom blah 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 thing? I didn't think it was a very good question, frankly. My initial instinct is no. That depends more on hoster's fancy, I think, or that of whoever orders them. I would not want to be the one to discourage it. Sherry Lewis and Lamb Chop, Winston's mom, I'm hoping, my fingers are crossed, that video is them performing the song that never ends. But that may be wishful thinking on my part. Too much whimsy is not fashionable? Oh.
Freewriter.com. I had a question. What do you think of Wittgenstein, the philosopher?
Wittgenstein. Okay, well, I'll do the same thing I did the other day when somebody asked me about a philosopher. Let me go see what cards I've cut from him. Wittgenstein. 93 plus results. All right. And books, he's in a PDF called Second Manifesto for Philosophy, but it may just be a reference. I'm not sure. He's also in a book called After Finitude.pdf. We've got him in a book called OA Prince of Networks by Bruno Latour. He's mentioned in there, I guess. What is posthumanism? I don't know. By James Chiles. Hegel After Derrida. These are the books he's mentioned in the books. Now, as far as where I've got cards on them, I've got cards on them under epistemic anxiety in the epistemic anxiety K. It looks like that's the only cards I have them under. Wittgenstein term family resemblances. The analogy dissolves when velocity isn't. Find Wittgenstein. I get one PDF. Why do you have to make me search into your special way? Okay, well, anyway, I don't have a whole lot on them. Let me see if it says under epistemic anxiety.
We didn't write that much.
Well, yeah, I don't have a lot of cards cut from them. It doesn't look like there's something in here. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to search this document or not. Find. Yeah, it doesn't let me search it. I guess I have to download it first or something, maybe. This is a PDF preview. Well, what do you think of him as basically saying? The thing is, I don't have opinions about philosophers because, as somebody as I said the other night when somebody asked me about a specific philosopher, I have read like one page of every philosopher. I've not read really any philosopher. So I don't think about things in terms of philosophy. I think in terms of arguments. I'm probably familiar with his arguments. And if you tell me some of the arguments he makes, I'll probably go like, oh yeah, I remember something around Wittgenstein in that round. And that's where they're running that shit. But I don't know exactly what it is off the top of my head.
Well, he was like an analytic philosophy. Let me just find some quotes you might recognize. Let's see, quotes. The limits of my language mean the limits of my world, whereof one cannot speak, thereof one must be silent. The world is everything that is the case. The human body is the best picture of the human soul. What can be shown cannot be said.
Sounds weird.
If a lion could talk, we would not understand him. What we cannot speak about, we must pass over in silence.
Okay, well, I agree with the first thing you read and the last thing you read. Which you're basically saying, if we aren't able to meaningfully symbolize something, then it's not communicable. It's not communicable. But it's incorrect to say that therefore we must myat, because I forgot the word he said. Because obviously you could just experience it, right? Just because something is an experience that defies symbolic representation doesn't mean that having an experience that defies symbolic representation defies symbolic representation. Namsa? Let me go back over here and see what they're saying over this thing. I should be this one. I don't need to look over on that one because I can hear you. So, who's on the line with he? Well, one of the people who's on the line with he is Sanderson, the David variety. The other one, it sounded like Taylor for a second, but I don't know. They haven't said anything yet. Diamond, if you listen to Temple Grandin, she is autistic and what she experiences is similar to what I do, but hers stops her from functioning often while mine is drivable. Temple Grandin is actually autistic. But she has very minor mental retardation. She does have minor mental retardation, but she also has savant-like qualities that make her seem like she's both autistic and not retarded at all. But in fact, she is autistic and she actually has some mental retardation. But the complete package, when combined with the savanty stuff, makes her play as totally non-retarded, even though she is. This is consistent with my point that people who are autistic are retarded. This is my strategy, basically, to use the truth, which I know from both a bunch of classes in special ed credentialing and years of teaching special ed, that mental retardation is like, look, special education includes two kinds of things. It includes special education for people who experience cognitive disabilities or mental retardation. What we used to call in the profession, as a professional term, mental retardation. Okay, so that used to be the more medical formal term for the thing, until it got subsumed in what's known as the euphemism treadmill. Anyway, so if you want to look that up, you can Google it and you'll see it's this thing somebody said sometime about,
There's three other quotes Wittgenstein said. They're not the same, I don't think.
Okay.
But he basically says, for a large class of cases, though not for all, in which we employ the word meaning, it can be defined thus. The meaning of a word is in its use in the language.
No, that's... I mean, it's in its use. What does that mean? It's like, the thing is, the meaning of a word is subject to the three-legged truth testing element consideration that I've talked about on a few occasions before, which is to say, to one extent, it depends on how much the statement you're making links to objective evidence, which is to say, something external to everybody that everybody can independently access and draw independent conclusions about. So that's one component of it, is a quality of the thing, which is to say, how much is the claim you're talking about, the claim you're making, referencing something concrete. That's one factor in it. A second factor is how people consistently use words. So in other words, if I were to say, I'm going to smoke one of these dolphins right now, you would definitely know that I didn't actually mean I was going to smoke a dolphin. You probably would also know that I didn't make a mistake and accidentally call these dolphins when they're really cigarettes. You probably think, okay, what's he trying to do here with this? Is he trying to sound cool and come up with a new name for cigarettes or something? I gotta tell you, everybody, let me just give you a heads up. For a couple of days now, it seems like a lot of people have been complaining that random messages they put into the live chat are deleted by YouTube moderators. And so, or I mean, Google or whatever, or the algorithm or something. I want to stress the following thing. I have absolutely nothing to do with it. In fact, I am not even shown what I'm always shown when something is removed by any moderator or me, which is that something's been removed at least. Sometimes I even see something that says removed by Google moderator. I see nothing at all. Nothing shows up at all. So it's removed before it ever gets to here. You know, the thing is, we are a very challenging community for the YouTube algorithm because we talk like adults about challenging subjects. So we're going to use words that people who talk and think like children, that they want to discourage that kind of, you know, disinformational blame shedding or something. At least they want to discourage some kinds of it, right? Not necessarily all kinds of it, but the bottom line is there's still fundamentally a TI based criterion here, which is I actually am saying all the right things. And at the end of the day, anytime a human looks at something the algorithm has flagged, which has occurred on multiple occasions in the past, where eventually, I guess, YouTube decided to trust my own self-rating because I received multiple rating, like wrong, Eric, which means it's like it says you rated this as safe, but it's actually not, so we don't trust you anymore. And I appeal it, and it's happened like 8 times or something. And each of those 8 times I won the appeal. Anytime a human looked at it, they're like, oh yeah, this is fine. So now I don't know what that is, /POL. I don't know what that is. Is that that's Palestine Liberation Organization? No, that's PLO. Can't say some Yiddish words either, like oy vey or what? Or now that's a matzo ball soup. Something like that. I know I was saying something about something and then I got distracted midway, like 3 things ago, but I don't remember what it is now. How bad would a fight between an ISTJ and an INTJ over whether or not to change company policy? The ISTJ would not want to be included in that discussion, frankly. Why are you asking me? I just work here. You guys figure it out.
There's another opinion idea that he had. Philosophy is not a theory, but an activity. What do people usually mean by the theory of philosophy?
That's
They call it like.
What I was going to say about it is he's using non-parallel construction to be misleading there, right? If he wants it to be parallel, he should say philosophy is a is not an activity, it's an outcome. I mean, that would be the parallel construction, right? That's the analog to it. He has this arbitrary non-parallel analog there. So it's silly. It's rooted in nothing. The fact that it sounds like what this guy sounds like to me is somebody who's come to understand that language is limited to what it can successfully convey information about, and has mistakenly believed that this comprises some critique on information in general. All these statements sound very generalized, like not like imprecise that you're reading. They sound very imprecise to me. It's like, of course, philosophizing is an activity, and a work of philosophy is an outcome. Why should philosophy, which is not a process, be an activity, which is a process? Philosophizing is an activity, and a work of philosophy is an outcome. So a TI user, a good TI user, would choose to make that distinction rather than the stupid non-distinction he's making.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't like the guy. Right? I've not heard very much from him yet, but I don't like him already. There's some people that I hear shit from him. I go, this guy sounds like he's kind of what you're talking about. Like, I tend to agree with Heidegger quotes for some reason. You know, when I hear people read Heidegger, I tend to go, that guy sounds like he knows what he's talking about. Well, most philosophers, I do not think that. I'm not even going into looking into a philosophy thing with that in mind. I'm going into it looking for some idiot who argued meow, because I need some idiot who argued meow so I can make my ridiculous argument in some case or whatever in a competition. You know, it's like, as a coach, sometimes I need some idiot who argued meow to cover a problem in the argument that I'm having my kid run, because it's the strategically best argument to run. And I know that some idiot arguing meow is going to be enough of a time suck and be enough of a tangle that they aren't going to both untangle that and rebut the actual strong parts of the case in the time allotted to them. So it's strategically wise for us to do that. You know, I'm used to thinking about shit that philosophers say in those terms. In other words, I'm trying to find a philosopher who says the argument that I'm looking to make, rather than the other way around. Can you see me peeing? No, you can't see me peeing. Can you? No. Okay, I'm peeing now, so just, talk amongst yourselves briefly. I used to say that a lot, remember? I used to say, so if you guys don't mind, can you all please just talk amongst yourselves? Every time I'd go away, I used to make a big, yeah. I haven't done that in a long time. Remember that, Winston's mom? You remember that, right? God, there's so many guppies. So I went down to the pet store to look into something that eats guppies. Well, turns out those things that Genexio is talking about, cichlids or whatever they're called, they're actually fish. They're just bigger fish. They're not like a crab or something, you know? I don't want like a crab or something to eat the fish. I don't want a bigger fish. The whole point of having guppies is the scale. You know, I want the fish at a certain scale to the stuff in the aquarium. It's like if you have a city of little miniature people, you want the buildings to be the right size for the little miniature people. So I want the plants in here to be like a large bush, medium bush, a tree, compared to the fish. I don't want like, okay, now my tree looks just like a small hedge, because that big fish changes the whole scale, the reference of the scale of things, you know? So I don't want a big fish. I want like a lobster or something. They have blue lobsters at the PetSmart down there. I saw. Oh yeah, they're clean. They are clean as a whistle. Let me tell you why. 2 reasons. One, my penis is known as a surface upon which one can easily enough do surgery in a jiffy, in a pinch, as they say. And number 2, my pee is often used by hospitals as hand sanitizer. So for those 2 reasons, that's why I don't need to wash my hands. Bacon. Trying to make me feel ashamed of myself because of my bad SI. God. Talk about hitting below the belt. What did you find? Read me some more thing that you were reading?
No, I didn't find anything else.
Oh.
I think he was an INFJ.
Who? Wittgenstein?
Yeah. That's what a lot of people seem to type as.
It's possible. For every Carl Jung, where the NI holism uncovers a vein of gold, there's 10,000 Eckhart Tolles. Maybe Wittgenstein's more Eckhart Tolle than a Carl Jung. For every sort of stout TI, hardworking TI INFJ, like that guy. Who's that famous guy who's in the group of Jordan Peterson and those other guys? He's
Sam Harris.
Say it again. Sam Harris. Yeah, Sam Harris. He's like a super TI robust INFJ, right? But for every INFJ like him, there are 1,000 Rachels who are not that TI robust,
They seem nothing alike.
You think he seems nothing like an INFJ?
No, like Sam Harris and Rachel seem nothing alike.
Right. I mean, I agree. And it's because most INFJs are not nearly that TI robust. And in other words, most INFJs don't go the course of competency, they go the course of warmth. When you're FE tool, that means you're going to either on the regular attain by establishing successfully your warmth, or attain by establishing successfully your competency as a heuristic. In other words, as a way to appeal to other people's rule of thumb. Usually, if you're TI tool, you go, well, I'm gonna attain my competency, and that's how I'm gonna get good FE results. For an INFJ, they go, I'm going to get good FE results. Usually, that's warmth. Usually, and that's how I'll attain competency. He takes a more direct route to it. He says, I use FE competency directly to attain FE competency, and I'm going to forsake the normal path that INFJs normally take, which is warmth. I've seen. I also let me just finish this one last thought, and I'll let you speak. I'm sorry. I've also seen my friend Corey totally turn into a different person on conference calls at work, and then get off the conference call. I mean, this was a long time ago, and like get off the conference call and come back over and resume hitting the speed pipe with me. So it's like they can really their public faces can be if they have a job that requires them to display a lot of competency instead of warmth, for example, then their public faces can be quite starkly rigorous in their approach, and but you can see them carefully executing sort of known things rather than them, free rolling like an ENTP would or whatever. Are there any famous ESFP philosophers? Yes. Backy. Backy of the Netflix anime of the eponymously named or eponymous show Backy on Netflix. I don't know how to use that word right in that context, but anyway, Backy is a philosopher. His philosophy is stuff like, we can't be held down by labels. We don't need to define what we are. We need to experience it. That's ESFP philosophy for a ESFP in his element, right? So Baki is a character who's an MMA fighter and, passionate lover of his girlfriend, but also totally comfortable when the other guy wants to compete for her, because after all, if I'm not the strongest man, then I don't deserve you. You should go with him because he's a stronger man. Well, I'm telling you what authentic ES philosophy sounds like. Now, what happens when ESFP philosophy? What happens when ESFPs attempt to do other kinds of philosophy, like explain things or whatever, is you get a scene like we got in Backy where there's Backy, I think it was Backy, who was fighting it could have been another character who was fighting the very, very old guy. This guy's 150 years old or something, okay? And Backy beats the living shit out of him. Like, punches him this way so the blood spurts out of both of his ears. Just beats him to a pulp. And but the old guy's still standing up. And everyone gasps. And the doctor runs over. And he looks at his eye. He's dead of old age. That is ESFP NI, which is NI completely unconstrained by TI. So it's just like, look, doctors know how you died. And we're going to ignore everything that came before this second when the old guy suddenly was dead on his feet. So, like, the person's about to make the finishing blow, and then it's like, stops, and the doctor runs over. He's dead of old age. I mean, that's NI completely unconstrained by TI. That the NI truth is doctors know how you died, and they get to say how you died, and then that's how you died. And we can completely ignore SI, which is everything that happened until 1 second ago, from 30 seconds ago to 1 second ago. We can ignore everything that's relevant contextually and just conclude what we want based on a different NI frame of reference. It's NI true that doctors know how you died. And so it's NI true they get to say how you died. And that their word is law. And it's also might be NI true that beatings lead to death. But that's not what happened here because the doctor said. And we don't want the kid. But in this case, before he would maybe have been killed, he was going to. But then all of a sudden, he died of old age. So, as a consequence, he didn't actually lose to Backy. Like, what? If you've never watched Backy, it's worth it just to see what it looks like when an ESFP is in charge of writing a show. As I mentioned before, there is literally a scene unconnected to any other scene in which Backy and his girlfriend are hiding in a cave briefly. And Backy's girlfriend goes, "What's that?" And you see a pair of red eyes coming from the back of the cave. And Backy turns and looks back and goes, "Oh, that's a mysterious Yeti I once fought in a tournament." And then cut to the next thing and think, no reference to this Yeti before or after that moment. That is just mind-bogglingly bad intuition. Because, of course, remember, intuition is related to the communicative half of things. So are introverted thinking and extroverted feeling related to the communicative half of things. So if you're beta quadra, you've got 3 communicative things and 1 non-communicative. Even if you're an ESTP, which has a physical action function first, dominant, they still, the majority of their being comprises their relationship with these 3 other communicative ways of paying attention. So, but if you look at ESFPs, all of their ways of paying attention are non-communicative except for NI truth, NI holistic truth, irreducible truth, that is framed through entirely arbitrary and particularist other front stack functions. And then the important communicative ones in terms of engaging with others, which are like TI and FE, they got TI polar and FE countervalued. So of course their relationship with meanings is like that of is like my relationship with my feelings. You know, it's like I say, when it comes to my own feelings, when I was watching that anime earlier and I saw this sad thing, I don't like it. Move past that section. That's how old they are with their ideas. And that's how old they'll always be. It's kind of endearing to other people when it's a person in their own feelings, right? Because it's like, oh, that guy's kind of lovably childlike or something. But if you're like that about your ideas and you're around people who want to communicate meaningfully, it's incredibly frustrating. Now, I'm sure there must be a corollary. There are some types out there who find my FI childishness just as frustrating. Like, okay, who let the preschool class into our board meeting? You know, that's how I feel when ESFPs try to communicate about philosophy with me. But I'm sure they feel the same way about me. Like, okay, who let the preschoolers into the board meeting when they're thinking about me? Except, unfortunately for them, this is actually a board meeting and they're actually the preschoolers. If I was going to their, ESFP orgy or whatever, and standing there going, guys, this really makes me feel threatened and uncomfortable and awful and ugly and icky, and I don't want to be any part of the. They'd be like, who let the feelings child in here? I can't even handle some adult feelings about some, we're doing what's real, what's right now, what's us. Come on, bro. You are really making me feel uncomfortable here. It's like they're going to think granted, I mixed in some FE in there, but assuming I'm just expressing, like, I start crying, like, I'm scared of this. I don't want to do this. They're going to be like, this guy's a child. Even though the thing I'm finding appalling and disturbing and cry-inducing is actually, in my opinion, disturbing and awful and cry-inducing, I'm sure the equivalent is theirs. They find my insistence on being right and being correct and dividing things into binaries appalling and disturbing and I'm wrong, I'm sure. Even though, of course, I'm right. But, what can you do? I'm right within my frame. They're right within their frame, I guess. And they don't get that we should evaluate things contextually that way. So that means when they're right, I don't fight against them. But when I'm right, they fight against me. So as you can see, I'm now standing over here. Why, you might ask? Why do you go over there, Eric? I don't know. I end up over here and then think, why did I come over here? Maybe to smoke this cigarette? I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. But it's like, that's what 8th slot SE is. When exactly did I decide to come over here? I have no idea. it's like I remember Spacey one time talking to me about how that's the difference between ENTPs and INTPs. When I think about live streaming, I then think about live streaming. You get up to start live streaming and then think about live streaming. And that's a big difference. So it shows you how unconscious eighth thought is, I think, in general. Although it may be maximally so with SE because it's, I think, the least communicable, really. The least easy to talk about, really.
Okay. So what was this was a while ago. What was your conversation with Jim about Sam Harris, I think?
Oh, well, he was saying Sam Harris seems nothing like Rachel, and you're saying they're both the same type. I'm saying, yeah, I agree they seem nothing alike. And I also am saying they're the same type. And the truth is, they seem nothing alike if you're comparing things without really framing out at all. They have a similar cautious frame of reference as knowers. But
Knowers.
they're knowers. What I'm saying is he's a knower doing what normally is done by action deliberators. So the job he's doing pretty successfully is almost always done by action deliberators. In other words, he's trying to be TI robust. It's a bit of a struggle for him. What he finds to be like important TI work, I find to be obvious. But I don't know. I think it's maybe because he's an INFJ, he's trying to make sure he's giving stuff to people at a level they can consume, maybe. But that's also consistent with INFJ, you know?
So he's Rachel and Sam Harris are both NI, FE, TI, SE.
Yeah. But I think in terms of affect, one of the biggest mistakes of typology is understandable because what people want from typology is descriptions of affect. In other words, they want you to describe them to themselves flatteringly. A proper understanding of typology, though, de-emphasizes type descriptions dramatically, or the idea that we can compare affects. Because like Rachel's, I think Enneagram has a lot to do with affect too. Rachel's a type 7. And she's a lot less serious of an INFJ in some regards that way than Sam Harris is. My client, ENTP, Jeffrey, is not funny. So he doesn't attempt to be funny. He doesn't make jokes. He's quite serious, and he's a lot more driven than I really ever was, I guess. He's also a lot more able to handle sustained shit that he doesn't like, I guess. Or maybe he's just more conditioned to it. I'm not sure. But he's less childish than me. You know, so I mean, he's more childish than me, but he's way less childish than me when I was his age. So he seems to be a much more serious person than me in general. Like less happy-go-lucky. But that's an affect thing, you know. It's not how he still attends by the same means of attention. He still ideates first, logics to validate that ideation, or if the alternative would be some FE kind, he really doesn't do that. He just does tool functions, maybe his age, and he assumes he's going to get the FE validation from competency on the third slot. And
how old is he? How old is he?
He's a ninth grader, so 14, 15?
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly how old that is.
when I was 14, I went through a phase where like I tried to act like overly stern because like I don't know, I just didn't want to like be annoying. But that wasn't really me though. Like when I got a little older, it became less serious though. So maybe it's just a phase with him.
Well, he's a kid who's both of his parents are immigrants from, I think, Taiwan, maybe China, but I think Taiwan. And he and his sister were born here. Both his parents are, they work for, their job is to play in the LA Philharmonic. So both his parents play in the LA Phil. So they're pretty good musicians, obviously. In other words, they've got really high expectations for their kids. The mom's an ESTJ Tiger mom, which is really beneficial for an ENTP, in the sense that she's active in providing all the TESI kind of support that he benefits from, much more so than my dad was, and that's a mother-father thing, right? My dad's an ESTJ, but I'd say to him, "Hey, Dad, can you quiz me on this?" Meaning, basically, can you help me go over this so I learn it? And I'd get he'd like quiz me on a couple of things. I get him right. Like, "You're not ready to be quizzed. Go study." It's like, he was not helpful in that way. I didn't find that very helpful. But my mom was much more helpful with the SI stuff, like keeping track of shit for me and stuff. But his mom, as an ESTJ, is, I think, a 2, an Enneagram 2. And my dad is an 8. So I think Enneagram has a lot to do with affect. Although I don't usually talk about it a lot because it's not the thing I'm fighting with people about, right? Is that I don't see there being a broad problem in people misunderstanding Enneagram, over applying it, or just generally getting it all butt fuck ass word, So where I do see that to be a significant problem in cognitive function. So I don't really talk about Enneagram a lot, but I think Enneagram explains a lot of why people get mistyped and why type descriptions are very misleading, because affect and personality type are very loosely linked. And that's my little speech.
Yeah. All right. So
I'm going to finish everything I said. What type is Ned Flanders from The Simpsons? He's got to be an ISFJ, don't you think?
ISTJ. Yeah, probably ISFJ though.
I think he's an ISFJ. Why is this all meowing?
Weak TI, I think.
Yeah. And he's a Enneagram too, for sure. There, that's better, huh? You know what, guys? Come on in here. Sit a little closer. Can we talk seriously about irregularity? Are you making enough bowel movements? Backstory: he was whipped. Maud was kind of a domineering wife. Is that what you're saying? I didn't find her especially. I don't remember her being especially domineering. Of course, she died fairly early in the Simpsons run, resulting in an end to her character development. It was rather shocking, actually. I feel like Maud Flanders is a real death. Like, I remember having that kind of grieving process. Is that character really dead? Is she dead? Are we never going to see Maud Flanders again? She's really dead, Eric. Yeah, and you're not going to see her anymore.
Homer Simpson. I think
Homer's not even a real human being. I mean, come on. Who acts like that?
Sure.
Homer's like an an the worst, most slovenly parts of a couple of different types pushed together. Add, God's own luck. I love the episode where there's the Frank Grimes episode where there's the hardworking guy and he's like, well, how did you get the job? He's like, well, how did you get the job, Frank? And Frank's like, well, I went and did this degree and jumped through all these hoops, blah, 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 blah. I did all these various important things that you have to do. How did you get the job, Homer? It's like, I got in via the leg up program. I got hired right out of high school. It was a brief program, something like, it was a brief program where they helped students with no skills find jobs or something like that, and then Frank goes, well, now I've paid down some of my debt, I've been able to move into a slightly larger apartment or something like that. And then Homer invites him over and he's like, what is this? You live in a mansion and you've got a beautiful wife and kids and all this wonderful American dream life, and you totally don't deserve it. And then Frank Grimes, whom Homer, nicknamed Grimy, ends up electrocuting himself to death, being mad at Homer for being so lucky. And then Homer gives a eulogy at his funeral and calls him Grimy again. That episode made me laugh. It was like, I don't know, there's just something funny about seeing Grimes just be such a complainer about someone else's good fortune and just die and get brainlessly shat upon by accident by meaning deaf Homer. Homer is a foodie? Yeah. Well, I will say one of the smartest things Homer ever said is this: you don't make friends with salad. 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 Remember that? Wise words.
Huh.
Smithers, you think, is an INFP? Huh, Smithers. Yeah, I agree with you, Scott Steiner. I think Smithers is an INFP too. Yeah.
Who's the other guy? The
Mr. Burns? Mr. Burns is I think an ESTJ. I don't think he's an ENTJ because he's so stuck in the past. Like, you may recall the episode in which I think Burns is an ESTJ. ESTJs are the types that naturally we're gonna have to knock over this native village is in the way. But anyway, getting back to our plans here. Like, wait, hold on, you're gonna knock over what? Well, there are these I don't know, squatters or whatever you want to call them that live out there, but they're right in the way. So we're not gonna go bother trying to evict. We're just gonna just knock over the house and just pave it, and it'll be done, and then they'll just go away. And like, ESTJs are the most likely type to do some shit like that. Like, for example, in the most harmless incarnation of it is my dad, who goes, we got some weeds here in this lush verdant garden. Let me get the big spray can of herbicide. And I see there's some lovely butterflies and other insects on these flowers. Let me get the bug spray out. Oh, a squirrel is eating my peach. Let me get my air pistol out. That's my dad's sort of rough and tumble TESI worldview. You definitely can't break an omelet without making a few eggs. And if you're not...
Wait, is that backwards?
No, you can't make an omelet without breaking a few eggs is correct.
Oh, yeah.
And also, just to be safe, you should go ahead and break eggs, even if you're not sure that omelet you want to make it, because otherwise you're just wasting time. you know, what's the philosophy topic tonight? George Carlin? No, philosophy topic is actually typing the Simpsons characters at the moment. Did I say you cannot break an omelet without making a few eggs? Oh, see, I thought he was saying I got the eggs in the omelet backwards. I didn't. I got the break and the make backwards. Thank you for the correction, Sky Gear. I appreciate it. It is true, though. You can't break an omelet without first making a few eggs into an omelet. So it's true either way, you know, maybe less relevant the way I said it, but it's true nevertheless. Okay, so I want to go back to Troy McClure here. Is Troy an ESFP? I see Troy as kind of an ENFJ, actually. I've been told that before. I mean, George Carlin was definitely an ENTP. I like George Carlin as a person, having read about him and stuff, but I, broadly speaking, dislike most of his work. Well, turns out you can make an egg without breaking any chickens. In fact, it's the best way to make an egg is to leave the chickens entirely unbroken.
Leave the eggs entirely.
No, leave the chickens unbroken if you want to make an egg.
Right.
Leave the eggs unbroken if you want to make a chicken. Leave the omelet unmade if you don't want to break any eggs. And if you're not breaking eggs, you're wasting your time. Food for thought. Food for thought, indeed. Mo. Is Mo an ESTP? I think Mo might be an ISTP. He seems to have fourth slot FE. As per the episode when he tries to make it into a family-friendly parlor. Remember when he puts a bunch of crazy shit up on the wall? He's like, George Carlin said, don't sweat the petty things and don't pet the sweaty things. That's funny. Good job, George Carlin, with that one. That's a good quote. That's a very ENTP quote, right? That's exactly the sort of shit I say all the time. So that makes sense to compare the two of us. People used to compare me most frequently to Rick from Rick and Morty, interestingly. But
I mean, Rick might be like an ESTP almost.
No, Rick's one.
I think he was like a super unhealthy ENFP manifesting like ESFP qualities.
No, he makes too many TI arguments. No, he's definitely an ENTP, but like many ENTPs in cartoons, they give him ENTJ qualities. So he's got the ENTJ ability to get drunk every night and get straight up from a few hours sleep and get right back to work on whatever crazy project he's going on. But he's got the ENTP cleverness, sense of humor, and a TI correctness. So it's one of those combo things. An equivalent kind of combo is Tony Stark's, who's part ENTP, part ESTP, and part ENTJ. Mo might even be FE polar.
Rick's an unhealthy ENTP. I do think.
Oh, I do too. I think he's an ENTP. I think he's an unhealthy ENTP. But I also think that I have no way of knowing this, but my intuition says most ENTPs don't finish the ocean swim and reach the shore of the island like I have.
I think the idea is not that he's necessarily hardworking. It's that he's so smart that he doesn't even have to put in the effort, and he can already do like all the crazy stuff he does.
Well, okay, fine. What I'm saying
is
they don't account for the actual SI realities at all, really. So in that regard, he seems SI polar. Like he's too old to ignore that shit if he's SI polar. I turn myself into a pickle. I put myself into a coma to avoid benzo withdrawals. That's SI polar, as per Rick and Jordan Peterson, respectively.
I think he's SI.
I mean, I think he's SI fourth, but I think he's none of those things. I think he's another one of those cartoon combo characters. You know, you can't really type characters because they're as type consistent as their writers want them to be. Or, I mean, not really how they want them to be, as their writers make them, you know.
What's the other thing? Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, Jordan Peterson displaying his SI polar by choosing to have himself put into a coma to avoid benzo withdrawals.
Yeah, Peterson's my favorite ENFJ.
He might be. There's a small percent chance that's the second possibility, but he's almost certainly an ENTJ just because his frame of reference is so TE. Everything is framed through utility. You know, like the IQ test is great because it provides us the utility of being able to predict what jobs people will be successful at. So much stuff goes to that same frame of reference. And he's so it seems like he's a little too good at the TI within an unquestioned frame of reference to be a meta analyst. So I would say he's most likely ENTJ. But I
that's a good point.
I think SI polar is evident in, or at least is consistent with that kind of decision making. I don't think any non-SI polar person would treat their bodily experience and their bodily self as so insignificant as to think, well, you know, it's just that physical thing. So I'm just gonna shut it off for a week, my consciousness of it, and then when I come out of that, it'll be great. But of course, you know, you're a living creature that is not. It's not like a car, right? You can't just treat like you can see the SI polar and fucking Elon Musk. Well, let's insert random shit into people. It's like your body is a living organism that is as much a part of who you are as your metaphysical components. So, like, both ENFJs and ENTJs are likely to forget that, right? That their selves comprise not just their metaphysical selves, but their physical selves as well. It's like that's an important part of their ontology. They're so blind to that, the bodily experiences in terms of cueing you about hot and cold, sleep and stuff like that, that they do things like, well, of course I'll insert a chip into my brain. You know, of course I'll put myself in a coma for a week to avoid this discomfort or whatever.
Wait, so is SI learning from the past or just paying attention to like the physical conditions of the environment?
Well, it's both. The knowing functions both operate on both internal fields, which is to say, SI operates on the real-time field internally, which is to say, it can give you cues about your body, right? And how whether you're sick or well, whether you're tired or whatever. It also operates on the internal metaphysical field, which is to say, it keeps track of what's happened before. And so if you're an SI, if you have an SI frame of reference as a knowing function, even if it's in the fourth slot, you don't really understand things until you've experienced them. So, like, the example I like to use is Rachel told me before we got together that she had bipolar mania. If I wasn't SI, that would have been red flag enough for me to go, okay, I don't actually want to date you then. You have mental illness. But instead, because I'm an SI type and an SI fourth, and which means I have a lot of faith in my ability to shape reality, an unreasonable amount of faith in it, I think, I'm sure that's bullshit. I'm sure that stuff's all bullshit anyway. I'm sure that with my insight and analysis, I will be able to explain to her or relieve those external elements that are causing her to act crazy, because she's not actually naturally crazy, I'm sure. That seems like all bullshit to me. Of course, it wasn't bullshit at all. She actually is crazy. And when I got to see that breakdown back then, when she had a psychotic breakdown, it was extraordinarily informative to me and changed my paradigm about mental health and psychiatry substantially, very quickly, more quickly than any of my paradigms have been changed, and more substantially than in a long time. That was paradigm changing for me. So it was like, it changed how I viewed psych drugs and stuff like that in a lot of ways. Because, of course, we eventually found a psychiatrist who, despite 10 years of psychiatrists failing to cure her, we found one who was an INTP, and he found exactly the right combination of drugs, and bam, she was cured. Like, not like, oh, it only pops up once a month now or something. It was like, no, she went from varying degrees of close to sane, with occasional moments of a few days here or there fully sane, to but struggling to manage it, right, continually, to boom, like it's just gone. So that's pretty powerful if you're an SI type. If you're an NI type, though, you probably read about bipolar and accepted the reality of it from external sources without experiencing it yourself.
That's interesting.
Or you may alternately not accept it, but also for reasons outside of yourself. So maybe you've attached to some NI sources who are arguing that psych drugs are bad or whatever. That's not why I doubted it at all. It just smelled like bullshit to me. Because why? Well, because it was making dramatic claims about things I'd never experienced.
Because I don't really look at that part of SI, but the other part of SI, like with the environment, they do.
Well, it depends on how metaphysical you are as well. So it's like whether or not you are prone to, I guess, over relying on your extroverted intuition, which is really what that is. Basically me saying there's so many other possibilities that this might be besides the dominant narrative here, and so little legitimizing, so inadequate a set of legitimizing things about that sort of thing that it just smells like bullshit. You know, it wasn't like I was buying into somebody else saying it was bullshit. It was just, it smelled like bullshit. And then, of course, it wasn't, because my experience showed me that it definitely wasn't. I had a clear instance that could falsify a whole set of claims and that could validate a whole other set of claims. And it's very rare that instances are that powerful for me anymore at this age, having had most of those experiences to relieve those sort of areas of fog of ignorance, I guess. It takes ENTP a long time to accrue all the experiences to use that word again. You need to be a sane and sensible kind of firework. Safe and sane, I mean. You could be safe and you could be sane, but if you don't, then it's going to rain. Let's rain. Let's ring. Okay, I'm going to play a song or two and then call it a night. I'm going to say goodbye to you here in the autonomy room now as I wrap up this live stream in the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Thank you for visiting with me this evening. Goodbye. Now, for you who are still in the stream, that goodbye wasn't to you. That goodbye was David Sanderson and that other guy. I know, a new list of words to mean, list of new words to mean gather, or a list of existing words to mean gather to use instead of accrue next time, for Christ's fucking sakes, Eric. If you want to accrue Freddie Forgiato's contempt, just keep on using the word accrue, right? You've accrued a lot of contempt, Eric. A lot of contempt. Get ready for some scorn. When you accrue enough contempt, a stamp card. It's like a weed store stamp card with Freddie Forgiato. When you accrue enough stamps on your contempt card, then you earn a scorn session from Freddie Forgiato. Ooh, it's time for my free scorn session. I'm ready for some scorning. Scorn me good this time. You despicable floats. You are so dumb. There it is. There's the scorning I deserved. Okay, I'll accumulate, I'll amass, I'll gather, I'll assemble, I'll host a symposium of. Hosting a symposium of peas. Hosting a symposium of carrots. Hosting a symposium of me's. Hosting a symposium of Barrett's. Screw. You know what? I like screw as a short nickname for accrue. No, I like screw actually, but spelled SCRUE to be a short way of saying accrue. It's the etymology of the word. As the language gets leaner, so we have to use fewer syllables, as more titling becomes prevalent in the world. Words like o'clock will just become clock eventually. 9 o'clock. Produce a continually updating an ongoing, continually real-time updating archive. That one sounds a little sharp. A little bit sharp. Like a knife. Don't sharpen my knife. It's too sharp already. Don't poke my wife. She owns the Chevy. Okay, what am I going to play now? I'm going to play a song of gladness, a song of joy, a song of madness, and a song of yoy. Soy sauce. Yoy brand soy sauce. I'm going to run around with the NISI apartments. I'm going to say, hey, knowers, gather around. I'm the only action type in this whole apartment complex of knowers. I've got an audience ready-made for me. I should go play the guitar at the NISI apartment complex. People would come out and appreciate the fact that somebody's playing the guitar there. Don't be a soy boy. Don't be a soy boy. Store your whore toy. Go on a boat, ahoy, yoy. Don't be a soy boy. I think it's okay to be a soy boy. I'm a soy boy in a couple of contexts. I'm one of those people, you know, a lot of times you go to your Asian restaurant, they'll give you the bowl of white rice. And if it's an authentic Chinese restaurant, a lot of times you have to ask for soy sauce because they actually don't put soy sauce on their rice. And to me, that seems crazy. It's like, I'm playing the song, I'm accruing notes. Hilarious. I declare that as hilarious. Why can't I tune this guitar? What is wrong with me? Something's wrong with Eric again. He must have befallen a terrible sin. That's about as good as it's gonna get. Okay, let's play an old lonesome song of the Cowboys. When I was younger, it seemed that everything gleamed. I don't know what happened to me, but I've lost that sense of urgency, and I don't think that I'll ever see it again. If you follow my lead, you'll discover I'm loster than you, and you'll want to know the way to get back out to wherever it was you thought you knew. And tomorrow will be just like today. I'll be lost then too. It's a matter of mood as much as a matter of will. And the things I do and the direction I point to still seem a part of me, departedly. And I wonder if I'll ever see them again. Bum ba dum dum ba dum ba do do ba do 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 do. Another old song of the country western tradition. Going to New York City, I come from New York City. All right. I come from New York City down to Florida, out from old Chicago to California way. But I've never left the place I love, 'cause I was out of dough. And I'm 1/2 step from Utah and 2 miles Idaho. So when you ask me, darling, do I have a trucker's woes? Well, I got to tell you, baby, from my head down to my toes. I drive all night and I drive all day to be home by the end of the week. And I gotta tell you, baby, baby, things are looking kind of bleak. Man, my voice is shot. I don't know what's going on with it. It just sort of depends on the moment. Maybe, I don't know why it's so shot right now. It just is. Couple of pair of underwear away from Tennessee. Driving west to see my best girl, old Linda Lee. Well, I'm driving fast and I'm drinking beer. Radio's on Winona Judd. And I'm 1/2 step from Utah, 2 miles out of the mud. So when you ask me, darling, do I have a trucker's blues? Well, I got to tell you, baby, from my head down to my toes. Got a ride and a drive all day to be home by the end of the week. And I got to tell you, baby, things are looking mighty bleak. Looking mighty bleak. Looking mighty bleak. Looking mighty bleak. Yeah, sorry about my voice. It's pretty shitty right now. I'm going to clear my throat. Have a sip of coffee. Osh! Os! Whatever they say in Japan. And they do that to themselves to energize themselves for the upcoming battle. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tater tots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire his firm to change that name. Gerald always thought there'd be chance enough to get back to the work left rough. He'd get back to it eventually. But his visions piled up and his plans would interrupt all the work that started off so hopefully. And now his mind is back on his business, thinking of changing factless to listless. So how all the people will shout his name. And Gerald knows he understands ever more clear now. He won't provide explanation, providing the vital wow. He'll see you and know you from inside your heart. Exciting, delighting, Gerald plays his part. And Gerald knew there's too much to do. And he'd trapped time in the underview. Too much to rebut. So where now and what? Too much time spent picking the skew with you. Gerald has a thought. Gerald has a lot. Gerald has a plot to get to Marjorie's tasty spots. He's got a good idea for a name-changing business. Thinking now about what he'll call Christmas when they hire that firm to change his name. Gerald has a thought. Well, that went pretty well. I got a lot slower than I normally play it. I like it that speed. I really think I should probably play it that speed. I think I usually play it too fast. Yeah, that's true of a lot of songs that I often will play them at the wrong speed. I tend to play around with different ways of playing things too much. I mean, when I should have a very clear, settled, this is how I always play it. Sometimes I'm there on, and sometimes I'm not there. I'm still kind of making decisions long after I should have been done making decisions. but that's the way it goes. Some pew pew, some pew pew, a little pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. I wonder if we're gonna get content noticed for that. Sometimes you get content noticed for just a little humming a little few bars of a cover. Content notice is fine though. It just means you don't get any money off of it. That the other person makes the money, but it doesn't give you a strike or anything. Too much noise in the data stream. Loud enough to disrupt everybody's dreams. Frustrations mean mistakes are made until it seems everybody's just throwing shit. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. It's not the sort of thing that one can borrow. No one willing still to lend a day. Your uncertainty's implicit, just like an unexpected visit from a bunch of men all dressed in blue suits. I won't be just another casualty of other people's well-intentioned rules. I used to think that some tomorrow there'd be time for yesterday. That one I'm still figuring. I don't mind still figuring that one out because I feel like I'm making progress finally after really struggling with that for a long time. So that one doesn't bother me. I'm still figuring it out, but I feel like I'm getting close to knowing what I want to do with that. It actually sounds really good, lean, I think. Some songs sound better lean than others, right? There's another song that I want to play pretty lean. And in a kind of a similar bass line and chord fashion, I guess you would say. Just brooding here won't do any good, but brooding's more and more my style. I seek the cheery ways of standing where we stood, 'cause I've been stuck here a while. That's despite a natural selfishness that makes it easy to have fun, but flutters in the gut become a fist as all my visions come undone. Try to stream, distract, and drain the afternoon away, but heavy new realities are breaking every day, and for a bit I am out of it. The reason's still unsaid, but still I need to get out of me what's inside my head. Bum, 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 bum. It seems like everybody's so sensitive and ready to just get mad. I seek the civil ways of living like a kid, 'cause who wants to be the dad? Have we lost our sense of scope and scale, our capacity to laugh, the sense to know when not to wail, and how to tip the golden calf? I tried to stream, distract, and dream the afternoon away, but heavy new reality bear down on every day, and for a bit I am out of it, for reasons still unsaid. But still I'm sad, so sad for me, sad for her, unhappily. And what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sing clear down to the bone. Still I'm sad, so sad for me, sad for her, unhappily. And what you call sorrow, I call home. Blues that sing clear down to the bone. That sounded good. I like the way that played. That played nicely that time. Makes me feel like, when things play nicely. So difficult to feel really satisfied right now for me in playing, because I'm working so much on trying to be NI, like knowing exactly what it's supposed to be and trying to make it as precisely that as possible. And it's a hard thing for me to do, to stay on point like that. But with enough repetitions, I end up settling on some way of playing it. This one, I already know how to play it. I just don't necessarily execute it very well. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Yeah, you guys both have lots invested. That's not a reason to stay around. Through the years, you've both been tested. Time to move up, find higher ground. Oh, he came here with her. And what's the big problem that you can't endure? You seem so sure it's not appropriate claiming to blame things on Scott. Despite getting caught, he's got you reframing for him, straining for him, going to the gym to make yourself good enough again. Be done with him. That's a nice song. I don't necessarily always play it well, but Amelia, go from that place, take unto you the details of your case. Amelia, when you rise above, floating ahead and soaring like a dove, what will they say when they look at you, then moving sideways to the space you're in, and they're inside along with your thirsty grin? Amelia, can't you see, you and I, we're meant to be. Amelia, yet you're still free, with too much opportunity to leave out in the rain. Amelia, we're watching you fail for sure, no matter what we do. Amelia, when you rise above, floating ahead and soaring like that dove? What will you say when they look at you, then move sideways to the place you're in? Inside along with your thirsty grin. Amelia, can't you see? You and I will never be Amelia, yet you're still free. With too much opportunity to leave out in the too much opportunity to leave out in the too much opportunity to leave out in the rain, Amelia. That's a pretty good song. I like that song. I don't really play it that great yet, but I like it. I always like to play this song. It's really right here one of my favorite songs to play. What's the matter with Chad? Is he terribly bad? Is he very like Dan, who's a terrible man? Is he sort of like Jill, who can't pay her bill? Or rather like Jack, who's stuck on a fax? What's the matter with Sue? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. What's the matter with Bryn? She's been living in sin. She's been hanging with Jim. He's looking terribly thin. Deal with Frank, stealing fish from my tank. He's colluding with you, and they're talking to Lou. What's wrong with the ladies? What's the matter with men? What's the reason with Katie? To the coldness of Sven. They talk about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days, paths that lead to lesser days, spill out the overwatered past, and whoever's left that's still okay, just tie the sails to the mast. Are you angry at Ken or at Neville again? Don't bother with Kev, he's practically dead. Just focus on Bert, he's medium hurt. What's the quantity for Liz? Did she fail a quiz? What's the matter with Drew? Will she know what to do if they bring attitude? Will she show ingenuity? She talks about you whenever we go walking. Paths that lead to lesser days, spill out the overwatered past, and whoever's left that's still okay, just tie the sails to the mast. 'Cause each of us have much in gravely sin. Throw up the hands, stiffen the chin. Catastrophe looms heavy overhead again. Time's gone will never be again. I played that okay. I didn't do a terrible job of it. I didn't do a great job of it. Try this one. Yes, I know it's a little out of tune. I understand if you have to shame me. I respect that. I understand. I deserve it. 30,000 days. Too many expectations. Not even worth a damn. God damn it. 30,000 nights to sleep off the intoxication. Otherwise, you won't escape the plan. I've wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? Fucking Eric. 'Cause I'm tired of doing it wrong. I want direction and have all along. Wait until I know. Or is that just hesitation? Clarity's no good once your chance is gone. What I need to show is it so below my station? I'm tired of doing it wrong. I've wasted half my days trying another's ways. Who can tell me my priorities? Is there anybody knows the key? 'Cause I think I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I think I'm doing this wrong. Yeah, I think I'm doing this wrong. Doing it wrong. The second half of that song was well executed. The first half of that song was crap. Anything else I want to play? Oh, I want to play my cover that I like to play. Some folk call me a rambling man, 'cause I do a lot of thumbing and a kicking cans, and it won't do an answer good to call me names. My daddy wasn't Willie Woodrow. I wasn't born and raised in no ghetto, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Yeah, I don't need no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. I'm proud and white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you won't get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I'm gonna find me a wealthy woman in a line of work that don't take no diploma, 'cause I ain't got much to lose but lost the game. You might call me a good time fella, but I ain't no black and I ain't no yellow, just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I don't need no handout living, don't want any part of anything they're giving. I'm proud and white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it, but I gotta get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Just a small town boy, been around a little. I like guitar and I like the fiddle. That's the kind of soul takes a fan my plane. A blue-eyed Billy, feared and ready. I gotta work just to be somebody. Just a white boy looking for a name to play my thing. I don't want no handout living, don't want any part of anything they giving. I'm proud and white and I got a song to sing. Well, I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I said a few things and I'll admit it. If you want to get ahead, you gotta hump and get it. Just a white boy looking for a place to do my thing. I totally wish that song wasn't racist, because it's such a great song. You know, it's so country and western. You know, I at first I was like, oh, that's kind of funny that it's racist too, because I can play with that. But now I've still fallen in love with the song. My only wish is that it would just have regular, but of course it would lose some of its charm. But it's like, God, I wish it didn't have the additional burden of being controversial, you know, because it's such a great song. But whatever. Anyway, that's it for me tonight. Thanks, guys. That's almost 5 hours of live streaming. Wow. That's like the second super long live stream of the day. I guess I must be on a little more speed than I thought. I didn't take very much, but I did take a nap this afternoon. And I expected to stay up for another couple hours and go to bed, but here I am, wrapping up the live stream at 4:40, 4 hours, 40 minutes. That's not 4:40 a.m., 1:18 a.m. 4 hours, 40 minutes is a long stream. Anyway, don't forget to rock and or roll and eat plenty of cheese.